Good morning, everyone. It's June 26th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is preliminary matters, and the subdivision of that is adoption of resolutions. We have many this morning, so we'll do them in groups. The first six, Commissioner Bartley asked to abstain, and they are the Alfred House, Cashel Road Forest Conservation Plan, Liberty Mill Road Preliminary Plan, Olney Acres Preliminary Plan Amendment, Viva White Oak Sketch Plan, Viva White Oak Preliminary Plan Amendment, and Viva White Oak Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. As
Aye.
3 ayes and 1 abstain. The next three, I have to abstain. They are MHP Amherst Preliminary Plan, MHP Amherst Site Plan, and MHP Amherst Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the resolutions or the plans.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And I abstain, so it's 3-0-1. The next, all commissioners can vote. They are 2811 14th Street Northeast Gospel Hall, Inc. Church Preliminary Plan, and 2811 14th Street Northeast Gospel Hall Church Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
4-0. Next, we have 3 minutes to approve this morning. Minutes of May 15th, May 29th, and June 5th. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3 minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0. The next is item 1C, other preliminary matters. The first is a corrected resolution for Donner property at Gray's Lane Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6/2023-001A. All commissioners are allowed to vote on this. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the corrected resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. The next is Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel new member appointment, where staff is recommending approval of Michael Esban to the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the new member for the design advisory panel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. Our next item is regulatory plats. We have 3 this morning. The first is subdivision plat number 2/2025-0550 Lux Manor, and the second is subdivision plat number 2/2025-0670 West Chevy Chase, where staff is recommending approval of both of these record plats. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the record plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0. And lastly, we have on item 3, their regulatory extension requests. We have 5 this morning. One is 7070 Arlington Road Preliminary Plan Amendment and Sketch Plan Amendment, request number 2. The second is Wheaton Gateway Preliminary Plan, Site Plan and Forest Conservation Plan, extension request number 1. The third is Friendship Parcel 2010 Rich Wells Catering Preliminary Plan, extension number 2. The fourth is Iglesia de Cristo, Maryland, Preliminary Plan, Regulatory Extension Request number 5. And the fifth is Korean Mission Church Preliminary Plan, Regulatory Extension Request number 4. Do I have a motion for approval of these 5 regulatory extensions?
Yeah, move to approve the extension requests.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0. And next is our roundtable discussion with Planning Director Jason Sartori with this lovely tie this morning. I don't know if there's this.
Thank you. I think all my ties are lovely. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and I'm happy to be with the board this morning. I want to wish a virtual congratulations to Vice Chair Pedawim on her reappointment to the board for full term. I'll be sure to congratulate her in person when she's back from her trip, and congratulate her and just looking forward to working with her for another 4 years. I want to, begin this morning by, I'm gonna highlight a few things about some changes that are taking place here at Montgomery Planning. As we've talked in the past about the changes that we're making to our organizational structure. We'll talk briefly about our FY26 work program as we look to July 1st being next Tuesday, when the FY26 fiscal year begins, and then we'll do our usual update of personnel. So I wanted to start with this photo as a reminder that our awesome staff here at Montgomery Planning is our most important asset that we have in the department. And this photo is from our 2025 summer picnic that was held at Black Hill Regional Park earlier this month. And I want to thank our staff once again, not just for coming out to this event, which was a ton of fun, but for coming along on the journey with me and our department leadership on our strategic planning journey that we've undertaken over the last year or so. And part of that includes our restructuring effort. And so our last comprehensive update to our department structure was in 2011. And a lot has changed in the world around us since then. County priorities, policies, everything in the world around us has changed. The county has adopted the Climate Action Plan, has established housing goals, established Vision Zero. The residents we've served have grown more diverse. New businesses have come to the county. Some businesses have left the county. A lot has changed, and we need to be nimble enough as a planning agency to, in serving the community that we serve, in being able to change with it. And the primary goal of our restructuring has been to better align our department with Thrive, our new general plan, still relatively new general plan, and our new strategic plan, which is directly aligned with Thrive. So, and we found that our current structure kind of lacked the flexibility that we needed to be able to be successful under the realm of Thrive. And realignment was necessary in part to support the sustainable corridor-focused growth that we've envisioned in Thrive and to prioritize critical issues like climate resilience. The strategic plan identifies 5 priorities for the department: our employees, our partners and communities that we serve, efficiency, innovation, and leadership. And I think that you can see these priorities embedded in the changes that we're making, some of which include, updating our regional planning area boundaries to focus on corridors and activity centers, establishing new functionally focused divisions for environment, transportation, urban design, placemaking, and historic preservation, enhancing our ability to address current challenges and seizing future opportunities, and strengthening our capacity to serve the community and fulfill our mission to collaboratively plan for equitable, sustainable, and economically healthy communities. Ultimately, our new structure transforms our strategic goals from our plan into concrete actions, and it realigns our organization with the opportunity to better serve the evolving needs of the county. And this, just like the fiscal year, will take effect on Tuesday, July 1st of next week. So just a few other priorities that we tried to achieve in thinking through the restructuring of the department. First was this focus on environmental planning, economic development, and housing, 3 major components of Thrive. Enhancing our impact and innovation by prioritizing staff development, collaboration, and coordination across, not just internally, but externally as well. Demonstrating a focus on East County, key corridors in the county, and key activity centers in the county, all things that are called out in Thrive and directly identified in our strategic plan as well. Increasing our capacity for placemaking. We've seen that these activities have been embraced by the community, embraced by the county council, and it's something that we find, a lot of the work that we do is very long-term visioning, and, placemaking is something where we can kind of bring that longer term to the present, and we can actually see like the results of our efforts in more real time, which is fantastic. Collaborating with intention, transparency, and integrity to address historic inequities, maximizing efficiencies to ensure clear and consistent operations across geographies, across different types of projects and efforts, providing flexibility for workload balancing and resource allocation within the department, and advancing our departmental excellence to deliver outstanding planning, and I would also add innovative planning for Montgomery County. So I mentioned earlier that we've got, under our new organizational structure, we have new divisions that are functionally focused. And so here are 4 new divisions, and we're not adding 4, we're adding 2 divisions. So 2 of these are kind of replacing others, but that exist today. The first one that I want to highlight is our Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. This is going to combine our housing, infrastructure, and zoning team that's led by Lisa Gavoni today, along with our urban design staff in the department and folks focused on placemaking to implement the Thrive recommendations related to design, placemaking, and housing in a very coordinated way. And as you'll see in a second, I'll show the organizational structure with our department leadership identified. That team, that division will be led by Atul Sharma. Historic Preservation Division. Obviously, we've had a historic preservation team that is unbelievably busy and is actively not just engaged with the community in terms of review of applications for work to be done on historic properties, but also just, diving deep into the historic inequities that we've experienced, that we've had in the county, and trying to gain a better understanding of those so that when we do our planning efforts, and we're looking forward, that we can address those in our plans. And so that team is being elevated to its own division. And then, excuse me, our Transportation Planning Division. The Historic Preservation Division will be led currently in an acting role by Rebecca Ballo. The Transportation Planning Division will be led by David Ansbacher, and that division will aim to ensure consistency in how we approach transportation planning in our master plans as well as in our review of development applications. But also ensuring that our efforts are aligned with the multimodal transportation priorities of the county, our complete streets efforts, as well as bringing all of those transportation staff together to be able to gain some synergies amongst them and also to better balance workload. And then finally, the creation of the Environment and Climate Division, which will be led by Christina Sorrento. This will bring together our environmental staff that are currently dispersed across different divisions, with our Reforest Montgomery staff, as well as our Forest Conservation Enforcement team, to coordinate and place an increased focus on studies, initiatives, policies, programs, and projects that are related to climate change and our resilience in the face of climate change and other environmental issues. And so here is a kind of a roadmap, an org chart of the department leadership and how the different divisions fall under our 2 deputy planning directors, Robert Cronenberg and Bridget Breuer. And one of the things that a couple of things I'll highlight in here. You see we've got 2 people identified on here as leads for different initiatives that we have. Khalid Afzal, lead in our equity initiatives, will be reporting to Bridget Breuer, and then Paul Mortensen leading our efforts on planning innovation, and obviously a big priority within our strategic plan, continuing to report directly to me. Neither of them they don't lead divisions, but we've identified them on here because of the importance of their roles in our leadership and in the efforts in the county. But the other thing I'd point out is the 3 new geographic teams: Up County Planning Division, West County Planning Division, and East County Planning Division. So I'll dive a little bit more into that. Those are led by Patrick Butler, Elza Heisel McCoy, and Carrie Sanders, respectively. And just while we're at it, to highlight the other planning chiefs here that I have not yet mentioned, Management Services will continue to be led by Karen Warnick. Research and Strategic Projects will have an expanded team, with our GIS team being located there to try to capture some of the synergies between the work that they do and the work that our research team does. That will be continue to be led by Carrie McCarthy. Communications and engagement, as I announced in my last presentation to you all, will be led by Chris Pfeiffer. And finally, the Information Technology and Innovation Division will continue to be led by Vince Hugh. And that division is a very unique division within our department because they're actually a dual department agency. Staff in that division, a dual department division. That staff in that division also work for Parks, the Parks Department. So it's kind of a unique division that we've got there. So this is a map of our current, as of today, through, and I refer on here as old regional planning areas because as of Tuesday, this will be old. But you can see our down county, mid county, and up county areas. While we're maintaining an up county planning area team, its geography is going to change. It's going to primarily be focused on the, let's see if this is advanced here, on the ag reserve and the activity centers in that up county area. We've got a focus on East County, which may be a little bit broader than the East County region that people might think of, but I think everyone has a little bit of different definition of what geography is East County. But one thing that we like about this is when, this idea of focusing on East County came out a lot in discussions we had around Thrive in our strategic plan, but also in the development review process work group conversation as well. And you can see here under our current structure, if I get there, we go. That East County region really would fall under our up county, mid county, or down county teams. And under our new regional focus, East County will be one area. And the focus here is to try to capture the corridors that are identified in Thrive. So when you're looking at that East County area, that includes the communities along the US 29 and New Hampshire Avenue corridors, as well as the Georgia Avenue and Veers Mill corridors. And the focus here, we expect there to be a lot of master planning efforts, as well as a lot of regulatory development review matters. This is a very, very active part of the county going forward for our work. The Up-County Planning Division includes the Ag Reserve, as I mentioned, as well as the communities in what we're referring to as the Northern Activity Centers, Damascus, Germantown, Clarksburg, Shady Grove. This area, this team will focus a lot on agricultural initiatives, also have still a strong regulatory caseload, and a number of master plan efforts underway right now with Germantown and Clarksburg. And then the West County Planning Division primarily includes the communities along the 355 and River Road corridors that are identified in Thrive. And while they have an active master plan in Friendship Heights, the focus here is largely going to be on master plan implementation and building connections across the existing plans that we've built over the last decade or so along those corridors in this area. And so for, in particular for folks who are listening online, at home, or here in the room, just to highlight some of the benefits of the community for this. One is, the prioritizing that corridor focused growth and engaging people in a way that we are building connections with communities to, work on that corridor focused growth in a way that is a continual relationship with the community. Maximizing flexibility and consistency and efficiency in the work that we do in review of development applications in the way that we engage members of the community and work on our plans. encouraging mission-driven, forward-thinking planning initiatives by investing in staff development and advancement. And this creates opportunities, to ensure that we are pursuing innovative studies and efforts that engage the community as well. And then realizing synergies that we gain by bringing our folks from our information counter, many of whom are here today, bringing that within our communications division, recognizing that they are the kind of the first line of interaction for many people in the community with our department. And then also by bringing, as I mentioned before, the GIS team within the Research and Strategic Projects division, hopefully identifying synergies there that kind of better supplement the work that we do and the tools that we provide to the community on our website too. So then I'll talk a little bit about our FY26 work program. I've got one slide highlighting this. I've mentioned a few of these things. If you look on the right-hand side here, first, some of the ongoing master plan initiatives that we have. You're familiar with a lot of these. Clarksburg, obviously that plan came before you a couple weeks ago with the preliminary recommendations. The Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan is actively engaged with the community at the moment. Friendship Heights just had a visioning session this week with the community there. Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan, this is going to be a really fascinating plan. I think I'm really excited about this one and the opportunity that it really provides us with looking at a pretty lengthy corridor and how we can do this in a piecemeal way, but recognizing that there's a connective tissue of the corridor all the way through from the DC line up to Olney and beyond. The Germantown Sector Plan, as I mentioned before, that is underway. We've been doing some community engagement and visioning there. And the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, while it's somewhat out of your hands, it is out of your hands at this moment. It is going before the council. We're about to send it off to the council, and it'll come back to you once the council has approved it for final adoption, as is the same with the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. So those are still ongoing, even though if we're not having work sessions with you actively at the moment. Other projects and studies that we're going to continue working on, the Coordinated Transportation Data Management Strategy. This has been a kind of an ongoing effort with other county and state agencies and how we maintain and use and share data that is useful to all of us. The Thrive Montgomery 2050 implementation metrics. This is something we're kind of working on as we have time and availability, but we want to make sure that we are identifying appropriate metrics to be measuring our success as a county in pursuing the ideas and recommendations in Thrive. The parking lot design study is something that we're just getting started on. Same thing with the burial sites context study, the mapping segregation phase 2. These are just ongoing efforts that we'll continue to be working on along with curbside management effort too. New things that the council approved and put on our work program that we're excited to be engaging on over the course of the next year include 2 new master plans, the Burtonsville Employment Area Minor Master Plan Amendment and the Kensington Sector Plan Amendment. Now, you'll notice that both of these are in our East County Planning Division. That's the ECP there. East County also has the Eastern Silver Spring and the Georgia Avenue Plan and finishing up the University Boulevard Corridor Plan. So these are a lot of master planning efforts, as I mentioned, in that East County division. So we're going to spend some time kind of managing the timeline of these. And so while these are on our FY26 work program, it doesn't mean that as of Tuesday we're starting to work on each of these. So some of these will be things that we take on closer towards the end of FY26 and will be ongoing into FY27 and beyond. The other projects that were added to our work program include the Housing Needs Assessment and Preferences Survey. This will be housed in our Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division, and the Green Streets Guidelines update to the Complete Streets Design Guide. This will be in the Transportation Division. The Locational Atlas update, this is taking a comprehensive look at all of the sites and districts that are identified in the Locational Atlas to determine which ones need to be removed, which ones need to move on for actual historic designation in the Master Plan of Historic Preservation. And then finally, the retail market analysis and strategy update is actively underway at the moment, and we are continuing to work on that and coordinate with folks externally too. So we've got a lot of stuff going on, and this doesn't highlight the stuff that we do on a day-to-day basis, the review of development applications, the answering questions, the requests that we get from county council members and other agencies to partner with them, to work with them on things, provide them some research data, data analysis, and so all of that will continue to go on. And then finally, I want to give our usual personnel updates. And as I mentioned earlier, I just wanted to highlight, we've got new divisions and new roles. And so, as I mentioned, Rebecca Ballo will be acting as the Historic Preservation Division Chief. Prior to this, she was the Historic Preservation Chief, currently is the Historic Preservation Program Supervisor within the department. She manages the work of the county's Historic Preservation Commission, overseeing the preservation and protection of historic districts and sites within Montgomery County, the designation of new sites and districts, and undertakes special research projects for the Commission, Planning Board, and Montgomery County Council. Her research on historic architecture and urban planning history has been featured in national publications and lectures with the American Planning Association, Vernacular Architecture Forum, Washington Post, and other media outlets. And I would also just highlight, just yesterday I received my copy of the Bethesda, current version of Bethesda magazine, in which there was a whole page dedicated to historic preservation in Montgomery County. So obviously, Rebecca's got a lengthy history with us, but also beyond our borders, and so we're proud to have her on our leadership, and in particular leading this division. And then Atul Sharma, you know quite well also. He will be the chief of our Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. Atul is an urban planner. As an architectural and urban designer, he has extensive experience in integrated community planning, transit-oriented development, large-scale sustainable master planning, mixed-use communities, neighborhood design, design guidelines, and contextual architecture. During his career, Atul has worked in the U.S. and internationally on both architecture and urban design projects with some of the top leaders in planning, architecture, and real estate development. He loves creating places that are sustainable and contextual and elevate the experience of everyday life for all members of the community. He also has a keen interest in improving the practice of design through research and exploring emerging technological trends. And obviously, you also know him as the person who was navigating our effort on the incentive zoning, which is still ongoing. I will just highlight that the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee moved the ZTA that was introduced to implement that along to the full council earlier this month. So welcome and congratulations, I guess, not really welcoming them, but welcoming them to their new roles, both Rebecca and Atul. There we go. Then please join me in welcoming Bianca Noveno to the department as an Environmental Planner 2. She started last Monday. Bianca has previous experience working as an environmental scientist with Bowman Consulting Group and as an environmental review officer with Prince George's County Department of Housing and Community Development. She was most recently an environmental protection specialist with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Bianca earned a bachelor's degree in environmental science and technology from the University of Maryland. So welcome to the team, Bianca. And Athena Skoufias is the Information Services Team's new planner, and I think Athena is here. And if Bianca's here, I don't know. Okay. All right. So Athena is the Information Services Team's new planner. Athena recently earned her master's degree in city planning from University College London after completing her bachelor's degree in urban planning and design at UC San Diego. Her graduate research focused on adaptive reuse strategies for shopping malls as a tool for creating suburban third places, something that is, I think, really going to be very useful and helpful here in Montgomery County. And she's interested in bringing her international lessons on people-centered design and planning to the county. So welcome to Athena. And finally, we're excited to welcome one more intern to our team in the departments, to the department for this summer. Nick DeSpirito has joined our Housing, Infrastructure, and Zoning team, which is currently part of CPP. Countywide Planning will be part of the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division as a housing intern. Nick is a rising junior at the University of Maryland in College Park and is studying public policy. Beyond his internship this summer, Nick serves as a city liaison to the City of College Park, representing the University of Maryland student body on the City Council. He aims to create policies that protect tenant rights, promote civic engagement, and increase career opportunities for residents. Nick says he's very passionate about affordable housing and hopes to continue such work during his internship. Welcome to Nick. I think that his interests align quite well with the work that we do here in the department. And with that, I'm complete and wanted to see if you had any questions.
Well, thank you, Director Sartori. I really appreciate you focusing your report this morning on your planning's new structure, and especially telling us all the why you're doing it. And so that was really important. And then also your work program, boy, you'll be busy. You and your team will be busy over the next fiscal year, but working on many, many great projects in our county. So thank you, and then congratulations to Ms. Ballo and Mr. Sharma for your new roles, and also for our new employees. And it's so great to hear that we're having so many interns in the commission. So thank you so much for that. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, thank you. And we will take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, item number 15, fiscal year 25 budget adjustment from Montgomery Planning. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 15, fiscal year 25 budget adjustment, Montgomery Planning. Our Planning Department is requesting approval of the request. This morning, we have Amber Ford from the Planning Department providing this recommendation. Welcome, Ms. Ford.
Hi, good morning. For the record, I'm Amber Hendricks Ford, Budget Manager for the Planning Department. We are here today seeking the board's approval to make two FY 2025 budget adjustments to better position the department regarding the upcoming FY 2026 fiscal year. The first request was submitted last Thursday regarding a transfer of available funding to the Risk Management Internal Service Fund, and the second request was submitted this Tuesday regarding the reallocation of budgeted funds within the Information Technology and Innovation Division. To review the first memo, the request reflects a transfer of $58,900 of funding from the Admin Fund non-departmental account to the Risk Management Internal Service Fund to prepay the department's FY 26 risk management expense. After consulting with the CAS budget team, it was determined that funding was available for this transfer and available for the department, and so we have put forth this request for approval. The second memo is a request seeking the board's approval to transfer $60,000 from the personnel services category to the other services and charges category within the Information Technology and Information Division for the prepayment of the ESRI software agreement costs for FY 2026. After completing a recent review of payroll expenses for the current fiscal year, it was determined that funding was available, savings was available in the personnel services category for this, and therefore we are seeking your approval to make this reallocation within the division. And I'm here to answer any additional questions you may have.
Great. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion for approval of these two transfer requests? The one in the amount of, what is it, 58,000 plus change, and the other is for 60,000.
Yeah, I've been told we need to make two motions, so.
Okay.
So I'll move to transfer non-departmental funds to the Risk Management Fund in the amount of $58,900.
Is there a second?
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 3-0. And do I have a motion to approve the transfer of 60,000 from the ITI division personnel account to the, what's it called, the maintenance? I'm sorry.
Yeah, other services and
Other
charges.
services, yeah, there we go.
Yep, to the maintenance agreement and computer software account to pay for ERSI software agreement for fiscal year 26.
All right, just to make sure I don't mess it up, I will say, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. So thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this to us today. Thank you. So we're going to go, just take a 1-minute break and go to our next item, which is the item number 5, Willow Manor at Clarksburg Development Plan Amendment. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, Willow Manor at Clarksburg Development Plan Amendment, DPA 2025-01, where staff is recommending approval with binding elements, request to transmit comments to the hearing examiner. And this morning, we have Katie Mincarini to present this item. Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks. Good morning. For the record, Katie Mencarini with the Up-County Planning Team. Today I'm here with staff's presentation for the Willow Manor at Clarksburg Development Plan Amendment Proposal, number DPA 2025-01. Today I'm covering one of the less common regulatory application types. It's called a development plan amendment for the Cabin Branch planned development. Staff is recommending approval with one modified binding element and requests permission to transmit these comments to the hearing examiner. Now, before I get into the specific case, I'm going to briefly discuss what a development plan is. This application type is very specific to the 2004 zoning code, so the one preceding the one we're using right now, which is why the planning board has not approved a new one in quite some time. So prior to 2004, development in certain zones, such as the mixed-use plan development zone, required approval in the form of a development plan by the county council. Now, like other zoning cases, recommendations by the planning board were transmitted to the hearing examiner, who then conducted their own hearing and analysis and submittal of a final report and recommendation to the county council, who would then approve, disapprove, or remand for further consideration. Now, while this is no longer required as part of the current 2014 version of the zoning ordinance, amendments to projects approved prior to 2014 with development plans are reviewed under the zoning ordinance in effect at the time of their approval. This will be the review process for the subject application. Now, before I move on, I want to make one note about the review process. In the case of amendments, the hearing examiner will only hold a public hearing if either recommended by the planning board or if opposition is received within 10 days of the planning board's public hearing. Therefore, the record's going to stay open for 10 days until July 7th after this. Just want to get that out there on the record. Okay. Now, development plans, similar to local map amendments and other zoning cases, condition approval with binding elements rather than conditions, and they relate to planning tools such as TDRs, MPDUs, maximum development infrastructure projects. You get it. Okay. So it left the specific uses, design considerations, and building locations to be determined at site and preliminary plan stages. So, with that, I'm going to get into the case, now that we kind of understand what the groundwork is. Whoops, wrong direction. Okay, so the development plan is located within the larger Clarksburg area in the northern part of the county. This is known as the Cabin Branch development. It's generally bordered by Clarksburg Town Center and the recently approved Clarksburg Chase development to the north, the CompStat Libraries property and Gateway 270 Business Center and the I-270 to the east, and then Black Hills Regional Park, Linthicum West development to the south, and 10 Mile Creek and the recently approved Creekside, a Cabin Branch residential development to the west. The entire property is known as the Cabin Branch development, but the development plan amendment pertains to the areas zoned mixed-use plan development outlined in yellow and shaded in blue here. The area is largely built out with residential uses, as well as the Clarksburg Premium Outlets and a CVS pharmacy to the north. The mix of uses was envisioned by the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hyattsville Special Study Area, which still governs today. And a very small portion of this area is included in the current Gateway Sector Plan update, which I know you guys are familiar with. Okay, the development plan has been amended, I'm going to cover a very brief version of the history of development of the development plan. A more detailed summary is included on page 8 of the staff report. The entire development plan was established with zoning case 6806 by the county council in 2003. The rezoned area from RE1 TDR, RMX1 TDR, and I3 zones to the mixed-use planning development zone. Now, as part of the approval of case G806, the county council approved a land use plan as part of the development plan, segmenting the MXPD zone areas into 5 study areas A through E, with different development plans for each study area. Okay. The development plan has been amended once before in 2014, when the council approved an increase in retail up to 484,000 square feet and a reduction in office, about 1.9 million square feet, to develop an outlet center on the northeast portion of the property. That's those Clarksburg Premium Outlets. The approved residential and public uses remained unchanged from the prior development approval. And then after that, several preliminary plans and preliminary plan amendments and site plans have been approved for the Cabin Branch neighborhood. Now let's talk about what's going on here today. So the applicant, which is Willow Manor at Clarksburg LLLP, would like to replace an approved but unbuilt hotel in the Cabin Branch development with a senior living facility with 150 units. Now typically, that would just have a preliminary plan and a site plan. However, the Cabin Branch is subject to a development plan, which includes a specific binding element that limits the number of service public units, and even on the development plan, it put in parentheses, senior living. That's what they meant. That's just how we called it back then. So that was limited to 500 within the entire Cabin Branch area. Now, a total of 500 units have already been built or entitled in the future development within the areas of C and D. So those are already spoken for. So therefore, an approval of an amendment to the development plan to adjust that cap on senior living is needed before the applicant can submit preliminary and site plan. So this is our first step. So to be clear, no development is proposed in this subject application. This is just adjusting the binding element, okay? And if approved, the applicant will submit preliminary and site plan applications and must demonstrate compliance with the applicable master plans, chapter 50 and 59 of the county code, before it can even be approved by you guys. The applicant has complied with all noticing requirements, and as I said at the beginning of the presentation, the public record will remain open until July 7th after the planning board's public hearing is conducted. In accordance with county code, if there's any public opposition to the development plan, or if a public hearing is requested by you guys, or any sort of aggrieved party comes forward, the hearing examiner will conduct a public hearing on the development plan amendment, otherwise they won't. As of the posting of the staff report, no correspondence from the public has been received. Finally, the most significant findings for an amendment to a development plan is master plan conformance. The proposal to increase the number of senior living units in the development is in compliance with both the Clarksburg Master Plan and Thrive 2050. So there's many ways, and the staff report goes into a lot of them, but I think these are the most telling, so I'm just going to quickly summarize these. The Clarksburg Master Plan emphasized a blend of uses, including employment and residential. At that time, senior living was actually considered an employment use, fun fact. As you can see here, the master plan envisions integrating that mix of uses into different kinds of residential and employment densities, and the development plan has been developed with residential units and commercial units, such as the Clarksburg Premium Outlets, as previously mentioned. A modest increase in residential units for seniors near the established commercial uses upholds that vision. And then furthermore, Thrive 2050 emphasizes complete communities where people can live, work, and be entertained. Increasing the mix of senior living units within a walkable development achieves that vision. With that, staff is pleased to recommend to the board that they approve the development plan amendment application with modifications to binding element 8 and request permission to transmit these comments to the hearing examiner. That's all I've got for you today.
Thank you so much. It looks like there's no public testimony this morning, so would the applicant like to make any
Good morning.
comments?
For the record, my name is Jody Klein. I'm an attorney with the law firm Miller and Canby out in Rockville, representing the applicant in this case. Ann?
Shelley Vallone, also with the law offices of Miller. Shelley Vallone, also with the law offices of Miller and Canby.
I'll limit my comments merely to a compliment to Ms. Mencarini and her presentation. When you're dealing with a property that was approved in 2003, as large as this one was, using a zone that we don't see very often anymore, and a development plan amendment that you rarely ever see at all, I know how difficult it must have been to write her very thorough staff report. When I tried to write up the statement of justification for the application, it took me hours and hours to basically go back and find all the history to put it into my part. She actually took it and boiled it down and probably had to go through thousands of pages of information. How she could come to find the right information to say this change will not affect the forest conservation plan for 500 acres is just beyond me. So our compliments to Ms. Mencarini for sorting through all that stuff and making it very understandable. That having been said, I'll limit my comments merely to say the condition recommended by staff is acceptable to the applicant, and I'd be glad to answer any question you have. But I would hope that if you don't get any objection from the community, the board would recommend to the hearing examiner that there is no need for having a public hearing on this. And I think it's one thing that we've all learned going through the process, that something as small as this is a much bigger process than is necessary for what we're accomplishing. When I first called Ms. Pereira and said, we'd like to make this change in binding element number 8. She said, well, Jody, this thing is so old, there's nobody around here who knows why that's even there. So you got to give us a good justification for why you want to add to it. And so it took a long time to be able to get to the information. Hopefully you've got enough to make a positive vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Klein. So are there any questions or comments from the board members?
Oh, just a quick, how soon do you think we can expect to see the preliminary plan and the site plan coming back assuming a change to the binding element?
That will be depending on a conversation I had with Mr. Cronenberg when and Mr. Butler after. The applicant would like to file its preliminary plan and site plan applications as soon as possible.
Okay.
The planning board, I'm sorry, the hearing examiner is not scheduled to conduct a public hearing unless you tell her or there's an objection. She has a fictitious hearing date set for, I think it's August 25th. Okay. If there's no need for a hearing, then the council will take it up sometime in probably the 3rd, 4th week of September. Mm-hmm. We were hoping to have our preliminary plan and our site plan in the door, in here, ready to go, so we could activate it as soon as the council approved it. So we're ready to go as soon as the staff is ready to accept the application.
Sounds good.
Great. Mr. Bartley, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I think this makes sense, especially the location of the development and the increase in units, and I'm excited for you all to get this underway. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm also in support of staff's recommendations, including, and I would also recommend not to have a public hearing. So, but I did have just a curiosity question. So, you know, if you look at the table, like of how everything is broken out, residential, attached, detached, multifamily, and then they have office employment, office, retail. Where does the, just out of curiosity, where does the hotel fit in that?
Physically, like where's it gonna go? Okay.
No, in that, is it
Oh, where's the hotel would be considered commercial?
commercial? So does that mean that so it fit under office or retail? Because I'm just saying how it's set up. So I'm just saying if you add more residential, do you have to
No.
delete the cap on the other side?
No, so it's, this development plan is actually segmented really well. So these are the areas, A, B, C, and D. And we have also an overall mix table, right? So we can't go over the overall mix.
Okay.
But we have a balance of things in each of these depending on what the focus was supposed to be.
Right.
So in Area A, which is where, you know, and again, we're gonna emphasize there's no development here right now, it's just inspiring this, this amendment. But it would go in Area A, and Area A has plenty of space for commercial if that wants to come in later. But what they're just asking for is an additional increase for the senior living units are available there.
Okay,
We wouldn't be touching the commercial.
Okay, great. And also, as Mr. Klein said, you did a great job explaining this, given it goes back a long, long decade. So thank you so much. So do I have a motion to approve with binding elements the request to add the additional senior living units and also to not recommend a public hearing?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the update to the binding element 8 and not request a public hearing from the hearing examiner.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 3-0. So thank you so much, and we look forward to you getting the preliminary plan in as soon as possible.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we're going to take just a 2-minute break and start with item number 8, 8676 Georgia Avenue preliminary plan amendment and site plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Morning, we're on item number 8, 8676 Georgia Avenue preliminary plan amendment and site plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Grace Bogdan giving this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning. I am presenting this project today for my colleague, Adam Bossi. He did a great job reviewing the project and coordinating with the many agencies necessary to bring it forward in its position today, but he is with his newest addition to his family, and so we congratulate him. And that being said, we are recommending approval with conditions of both applications today. We do have some corrections for you. This project was first seen before the board in July of last year, where the board approved a sketch plan and preliminary plan, and the preliminary plan amendment and the site plan build off of those previous approvals. It's a really exciting project for downtown Silver Spring, and it will be redeveloping 2 commercial lots in the most walkable area of downtown Silver Spring. And there's 2 unique aspects of the project I'd like to highlight before we get into the presentation. The first of which is that the project will be incorporating a county-designated master plan historic site, the Tasty Diner, which will be located at the ground floor of the building you can see at the bottom of this image. And the second of which is this is the first project within downtown Silver Spring that will be utilizing the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone density that was created by the recently approved Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. Okay, so the project is located in downtown Silver Spring, as I previously stated. The county map is located on your screen with Silver Spring showing you on the star, and it is located within the 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. This vicinity map here shows the location of the site with the red border and the hatch. It is located within the core of downtown Silver Spring on Cameron Street and Georgia Avenue, just 1 block east of the Silver Spring Recreation and Aquatic Center, 2 blocks north of the Transit Center where the Red Line, Future Purple Line, and the buses all converge, and then 3 blocks west of Veterans Plaza. Zooming into the site here, the property is highlighted in the red dashed lines. It is comprised of 2 commercial lots, 8676 Georgia Avenue and 8601 Cameron Street. It totals 1.04 acres in size and is zoned CR5 with a maximum height of 300 feet and within the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. The property fronts along Georgia Avenue to the northeast, Cameron Street to the northwest, and Ramsey Avenue to the southwest. Directly to the adjacent to the property to the southeast is Mi Rancho Restaurant, and the Verizon building. It's a 7-foot utility building which fronts on Georgia Avenue. Here are some images of the existing conditions. The left image is taken from the intersection of Georgia Avenue and Cameron Street. And in the foreground, you can see there is a commercial building. It's a bank that's currently vacant. And then directly behind that, you can see the 7-story Verizon building. The image on the right side of your screen is taken from Cameron Street, looking at the Tasty Diner, which is also currently vacant. And then this image here shows the historic diner limits highlighted in the yellow dashed line. The historic building will be rehabilitated and incorporated to the larger redevelopment plan, as you'll see in future slides. As I previously mentioned, there is a sketch plan and preliminary plan that was approved for the project in July of 2024. Those approvals set a maximum density of up to 550,000 square feet for up to 525 units with 15% MPDUs, up to 25,000 square feet of non-residential density, utilizing up to 277,932 square feet of downtown Silver Spring density, with a building height of 300 feet, incorporation of the Tasty Diner. And then with the preliminary plan, the adequate public facilities review for the preliminary plan, the project was required to provide 18 off-site transportation improvements for the local area transportation review, and that was under the previous GIP. It's the 2020 to 2024 policy. So with the proposed amendment today, there is a slight reduction in density, and so the image on your screen shows what was previously approved on the left side and what is proposed with this amendment on the right side. The applicant is proposing to reduce the density by 50,000 square feet for a maximum density of up to 500,000 square feet, and this will reduce previously approved up to amounts of 525 units down to 493 units, and the 25,000 square feet of commercial, a 5,000 square foot reduction to 20,000 square feet. With the local area transportation review, at that time, the applicant was required to provide almost $3.4 million of off-site improvements. With the reduction, it will go down to $1.2 million. So those 18 off-site improvements that were previously required will be reduced down to 6 off-site improvements. And one of the recommended modifications to the preliminary plan conditions, it's condition number 18 on page 6 of the staff report, had listed out the 18 projects and now strikes out the projects to reduce it down to the 6 that are proposed with this project. And these 6 remaining projects specified for construction are the minimum necessary off-site improvements to support basic safe access for all modes of transportation, and staff's positive APF recommendation in the transportation network is adequate to support the development is predicated on these improvements. With the site plan, the applicant is proposing to construct a new building up to 500,000 square feet of total density, and this will be for 493 units with 15.1% MPDUs. Given that the applicant is exceeding the requirement of 15% with an additional MPDU, they are allowed to have additional building height of 1 floor for 12 feet, so raising the building height from 300 feet to 312 feet. The applicant is providing 20,000 square feet of commercial density. This is possibly for a grocery store as well as the rehabilitated Tasty Diner. This application is utilizing 226,500 square feet of downtown Silver Spring overlay zone density. This density works similar to the Bethesda overlay zone density, where it's at a cost per square foot, and so that financial contribution works out to be $1,198,185 towards the Civic Improvement Fund for Silver Spring. And then the building also will include structured parking, above-grade structured parking for 422 spaces. It will be on floors 2 through 7 of the building. The lower 2 floors are dedicated to the commercial uses, so that will be 125 spaces for the commercial uses. And then beginning on 4th floor, the parking will be for residential. That's 297 spaces. It shakes out to be about a 0.6 parking ratio. This image here shows the proposed access and circulation. The north arrow has been turned a bit to the right, so now you can see Georgia Avenue running along the right side of your screen, Cameron Street along the top side of your screen, and Ramsey Avenue on the left. With these 3 site frontages, the applicant will be improving all of the frontages with wider sidewalks, new street trees and buffers per the Silver Spring design guidelines and streetscape standards. Along Cameron Street, the applicant will be installing the separated bicycle lane and a floating bus stop, which will be located at the intersection of Cameron Street and Ramsey Avenue. A floating bus stop essentially shows that the bus stop is located in the median before the bicycle lane, and so the bus stops within the right-of-way right at the bus stop to let off those travelers, and it doesn't interrupt the bicycle lane. The pedestrian entrances to the building are shown in the blue arrows. There are several of them. The main one on the corner of Cameron Street and Georgia Avenue to the larger commercial space, the potential grocer space. The residential lobby entrance is in the mid-block of Cameron Street, as shown in the purple area, and then 2 additional entrances to the historic Tasty Diner rehab at the corner of Cameron Street and Ramsey Avenue. The loading and parking garage access is consolidated on Ramsey Avenue. Specific to the loading, there will be 3 loading bays, and they will accommodate 30-foot box trucks and WB67 tractor-trailer trucks, and this is for the function of the commercial use and a potential grocery store. Within the parking garage, there is a requirement of the zoning ordinance to provide long-term bicycle parking spaces as well as short-term bicycle spaces, which will be located on Cameron Street. But for the long-term bicycle parking spaces, the applicant is requesting a bicycle waiver. One of the criteria in the zoning ordinance is that the long-term bicycle parking be located on the lowest levels of the parking garage. And the applicant is proposing to separate long-term parking based on the programmatic uses. So the long-term bicycle parking will be located on the lower parking garage for the commercial uses. However, the long-term bicycle parking for the residential uses will begin on the 4th floor because that's when the residential parking begins. So given that the applicant is splitting the bicycle parking in this manner for the programmatic use of the building, we are supportive of the bicycle waiver. For loading management, the urban street network proximate to the site only allows for one safe and functional ingress and egress route for those tractor-trailer routes for the WB67 tractor-trailers. So loading management specific to those trucks is a significant functional piece of the proposal. The tractor-trailer route is safe and functional provided the trucks adhere to the route to access the property and based on the other criteria in the loading management plan. The route is shown on your screen, so coming inbound to the property on the left side, you'll see trucks travel south on Georgia Avenue, turn right onto Colesville Road, and right onto Ramsey Avenue to access the site. And then leaving the site, the trucks will turn left onto Cameron Street, right onto 2nd Avenue, right onto Spring Street, back out to Georgia Avenue. This routing through the downtown neighborhood's existing street network was determined through a collaborative effort of planning transportation staff, MCDOT staff, MCDPS right-of-way staff, and SHA, as well as the applicant's transportation consultants. Several of the recommended conditions of approval included in the staff report are focused on ensuring the loading management responsibilities are practical, well-defined, and acceptable to all of the aforementioned parties. All right, these images on your screen are giving you an idea of the building design. The left image is as viewed on Georgia Avenue traveling south into downtown Silver Spring. If constructed, this will be the tallest building in Montgomery County and a great vision as a gateway into the downtown. On the right image of your screen, you can begin to see the architecture of the building and that main entrance to the commercial space, future potential grocery store. The base of the building, again, beginning on the 2nd floor, is the above-grade parking, which is screened through these bays. And then on these images, which are viewed from Cameron Street at the intersection of Ramsey Avenue, you can see, again, the parking garage above incorporated into the base of the building, as well as the Tasty Diner, the loading and garage access off Ramsey Avenue, and then a break in the building above the base with the residential above. This building, the project was reviewed several times before the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel, and at the conclusion of those meetings, they did vote in support of the 10 design excellence points. This image here focuses on the integration of the Tasty Diner site. The horizontal banding of the parking structure behind the diner is specifically designed to visually complement the strong horizontal design elements of the historic diner cab itself. To the left of the diner is an outdoor seating area. That seating area is placed in between the residential lobby of the building and the diner and will be a point of activation along Cameron Street. The treatment and integration of the rehabilitated Tasty Diner was reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission. The commission is in support of the proposal and submitted a letter to this effect, which is included in the staff report attachments. As an optional method project in the CR zone, it is required to achieve 100 public benefit points from 4 categories. The breakdown of those public benefits is on your screen. And to note, the applicant is receiving points for the 10 exceptional design excellence points, the historic resource protection for the Tasty Diner, and providing a recycling facility plan, which was reviewed by the Department of Environmental Protection. All noticing and signage requirements have been met, and we did receive community correspondence throughout the posting of the staff report. We received 5 letters of support, and one of those letters was an additional letter of support received after the posting of the staff report and included in your packet. And so there's 2 letters from residents, a letter from Cameron Hills HOA, the Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, and the Art Deco Society of Washington, who are all in support of the project. And then we also received 2 letters in opposition, noting concerns regarding the building height. that at 300 feet, the building is out of character or incompatible with the existing area. And just to note, the building height of 300 feet was recently zoned this way. We did recently just go through the master plan process, and it's not just this site that's zoned 300 feet, it's many of the sites in the surrounding area. This just happens to be the first one that's moving forward at the site. And so with the additional 12 feet, given the additional MPDU, we do find that the 312 feet is in line with the vision of the future of downtown Silver Spring. And then the second concern is relating to the transportation analysis. There was concern about the parking access being along Ramsey Avenue, and the additional parking that's being proposed with the site plan is slightly more than what was previously anticipated with the sketch plan. Parking spaces are really finalized at the time of site plan, so this is really just sort of technically usual in the way that projects get refined. But more so, the transportation analysis isn't based on parking spaces, it's based on ITE trip generation. And there was a lot of review that was conducted during the original preliminary plan last year that found that Ramsey Avenue is the most safe and appropriate place for the access. And there has been significant transportation analysis through both GIP and LATR reviews. And I can let the applicant speak to more of that if the board has more concerns. We do have a couple of corrections for you today on the next 3 slides. The first one is for the data table within the preliminary plan, and this is on page 36 of the staff report. In the proposed amendment column, essentially to add in the numbers, there was a slight change in the way that the base density is calculated. This is correctly shown in the site plan data table. It just needs to be reflected here as well. And then in the site plan data table for short-term bicycle parking, this is on page 49 of the staff report. This is just updating the math. It was a staff error on the numbers. So there will be 5 short-term residential spaces, 3 short-term commercial spaces for a total of 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces. And then lastly, in the text for the option method public benefit points, this is just updating the number to reflect what was in the data table at 107.65 public benefit points. So with those corrections, staff does find that the applications satisfy the sections of the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance and substantially conform to the downtown Silver Spring, the Silver Spring downtown and adjacent communities plan as conditioned, and we recommend approval of both applications with conditions and corrections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bogdan, for your detailed presentation. We have 4 people signed up to give public testimony. There's Stephanie Helsing from the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, Patrick Kearney from adjacent property owner, Mike English, an individual, and Deborah Chalfie from the Art Deco Society of Washington. Would you please come up? So welcome. We always love when people come and give testimony. So Stephanie Helsing, please.
Good morning, Chairman Harris and esteemed planning board members. For the record, my name is Stephanie Helsing, and I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce. First, I do want to state that the Chamber is very excited about the proposed redevelopment of the space at 8676 Georgia Avenue. It will allow for construction of a new mixed-use development that includes the entirety of the historic Tasty Diner. Second, we look forward to the reactivation that will occur with a new restaurant, proposed grocer, and more retail, where there is currently an empty bank building, surface parking lot, and the empty diner. Silver Spring, like other communities in our county, has faced challenges to its economy brought on by the pandemic and now the federal government, and the subsequent changes in our workforce habits. A lack of boots on the ground, the closing of businesses, a loss of jobs has hurt our general economy. The mission of the Silver Spring Chamber is to widen opportunities by growing jobs and businesses to increase prosperity for all our residents. And this type of development is what Silver Spring needs to make it happen. It provides both the economic development and the desperately needed housing elements. A major challenge we continue to face is the high vacancy rate in our downtown office markets. Attracting new companies and fostering business expansion for our existing companies is vitally important, and projects like this will help jumpstart the local economy in Silver Spring. It will bring new jobs that people can walk to in a highly supported, inclusive, and diverse working environment will help revitalize our downtown, particularly around the former Discovery Building, as well as providing the much-needed housing, including MPDUs. This redevelopment fits into the Silver Spring sector plan and helps achieve the county's goal of growing our employment base in an equity focus area, which you guys know is a geographic area that merits increasing focus on economic opportunity. As one of the county's equity focus areas, this project benefits Silver Spring by giving a boost to our small businesses and enticing entrepreneurs and innovators to call Silver Spring home with its proximity to the metro and uninterrupted green loop, bike lane, and pedestrian environment along Cameron Street. The Chamber also appreciates that Georgia Avenue is planned for retail access to help activate the frontage there and see this project as a catalyst for further development and reinvestment in the area. It is literally across the street from my office, and it is pretty depressing to look at right now. In closing, the Chamber wholeheartedly supports the redevelopment of the former Capital One Bank, Tasty Diner, and surface parking lot location into a thoughtful, mixed-use space that will enhance the immediate area and spur increased reinvestment in Silver Spring. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Next is Patrick Kearney.
Good morning to the commission. My name is Patrick Kearney. I live at 8716 Ramsey Avenue. I live in the townhouse that immediately faces the Tasty Diner. Not looking forward to 3 years of construction, but there you have it. I testify now because the developer has chosen to increase the number of retail parking spaces by almost 78% over the plan the board approved last July. The developer believes it needs 125 spaces for the retail coming up. That's a total of additional 70 spaces over the original 70 spaces. Ramsey Avenue is a choke point. It is the narrowest street in the entire central business district. The developer has not done a study as to the capacity of Ramsey and its parking analysis, and its analysis with the old property is flawed because part of the traffic it ascribes to this new building is parking that was only on Cameron Street because the bank only had an entrance on Cameron Street. So we're going to take this 125 spots for a grocer. If you look at the space, it really is designed for something like Trader Joe's, which draws traffic. It's not just 125 spaces, it's a turn during the week, especially at night when people come home from work to grab something, and on the weekends when people overwhelm it. If you look at the Trader Joe's in White Oak or in Bethesda, you'll see what I am talking about. Ramsey is the narrowest street in the central business district. It, by a long shot, it doesn't have the capacity to hold what the current traffic is, let alone putting that kind of additional traffic in. How can you mitigate something like that? Well, leave it at 70 spaces. Or put something like a center turn lane in that allows through traffic, turning traffic both going onto Cameron and into the new parking space so that there's a little more room for backups and queues. There's just no other way around it. If you leave this as it is, there's going to be a traffic problem that's going to get exacerbated if the entire plan for the neighborhood goes and they tear down the Cameron Street garage and put First all the way through, which will go through to Colesville. So you'll get people driving from Spring through to Colesville, and you'll get hopefully new business traffic for these other buildings. And there's not going to be a way to fix the traffic problem if you don't act now. So since there is no future fix, I ask the commission to reconsider extending the number of parking spaces to 125, or to consider a modest proposal of taking some additional space to put a center turn lane in so that it can help mitigate the traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments and testimony. Next is Mike English.
Thank you. I thank you for getting to hear my testimony. I don't really have much to add beyond what I said last year during the initial hearing, and I'll find myself seconding a lot of what Ms. Helsing said. But yeah, Mike English, living down on Silver Spring and also something of a county housing advocate. You know, we're here at a time when we are in desperate need of more housing, when various circumstances are making it harder to get new housing developments and businesses started up in the region. And we're talking about really a perfect spot for new housing. It's in a downtown core blocks away from a major multimodal transit hub in which lots of county and state money is being invested. This is exactly the type of housing we need and exactly the kind of place we need it, and will help revitalize a section of downtown Silver Spring that, while overall vibrant, it is a section that over the last 5 years or so has been less active because of the vacancy of the spot. And it currently partially breaks up that vibrant core. It's in keeping with both the county general plan and the Silver Spring master plan, and provides homes for a variety of household types, more and more of which seek options other than detached single-family homes, as the county's own housing needs assessment indicates. Moreover, it would also help expand the tax base in an already economically vital location that will help pay for the county's other needs, affordable housing and otherwise. More broadly, Silver Spring and Montgomery County pride themselves on being progressive places that welcome all and are a safe haven for many that aren't respected elsewhere. I raise this to say that with reproductive, immigrant, LGBTQ rights, and other things under threat in so many places, the most progressive place in the world can't protect people that can't live here, and we can't welcome people while rejecting housing for them to live in. I follow the project pretty closely and know that the people behind it have made numerous adjustments to the building height and to put more height away from existing townhomes, and have gone out of the way to preserve the historic Taste Diner location. I take the traffic concerns to point, but we do live in a city. This kind of change does happen. I think it's kind of what we sign up for. There is an excess of parking in Silver Spring if you look at planning studies there. It's not to say those concerns aren't real, but I mean, we're very close. The county and state are investing a lot of money now in a light rail product that'll help on this. These things happen. And it really is a case of when you're, I myself am a downtown Silver Spring homeowner, you kind of sign up for things evolving in ways you can't exactly predict when you do that. If we can't approve this here, we can't approve it anywhere. This is good in, I think, every way, and makes concessions it does not have to as a good faith effort to blend in with the community, and I ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. English. Next is Deborah Chalfie.
Good morning, Chairman Harris and members of the Planning Board. My name's Debbie Chalfie. I'm a Preservation Chair for the Art Deco Society of Washington, and we thank you for this opportunity to testify in reference to the preservation and restoration of the Tasty Diner in the 8676 George Avenue site plan. The Art Deco Society of Washington, as you will recall, is a nonprofit membership organization covering the entire Washington, D.C. region. Our mission is to foster awareness of, celebrate, and preserve the architectural, decorative, industrial, and cultural arts of the Art Deco era and adjacent modern movements of the 20th century. The historic Silver Spring Tasty Diner's design and materials, manufactured to look like a railroad car, epitomizes the streamlined, modern, machine-age styling of the period between the two world wars. We have weighed in earlier proceedings of the Historic Preservation Commission and this Planning Board regarding the applicant's plans to relocate, restore, and reuse the historic dining car. We are here this morning to let you know that we think the site plan makes several noticeable improvements compared to the sketch plan and preliminary plans, and thus ADSW supports approval of the site plan as it relates to the preservation and restoration of the Tasty Diner car. I just want to be clear, we were earlier characterized as supporting the project. We are not taking a position on the project, and in fact, in earlier proceedings, we expressed concerns about the height of the building and its impact on other historic designation eligible buildings in the vicinity. So we are just taking a position on the preservation of the Tasty Diner. Throughout the consideration of the applicant's proposal, there's been a persistent concern voiced by County Historic Preservation Commission, the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel, and ADSW. And our biggest concern was that the new construction, and in particular the parking garage, looms over and overwhelms the small diner building. The applicant previously made several changes to respond to that concern. For example, bringing the diner out further out from the overhanging garage, making it flush to Cameron, angling it, and we supported those improvements. The applicant has now made several additional modifications to its site plan to respond to the consensus concern about the overhanging garage diminishing the diner. Those changes include, for example, pulling the glass lobby wall of the base 5 feet back from its previous location. So at street level, it will appear that the diner is further away from the new building. In addition, they've created a plaza on the northeast side of the diner for outdoor seating, thereby giving the diner more room to breathe and providing a much better view shed of the historic resource from that direction. And we think that is reinforced by the fact that they switched around the residential entrance to be perpendicular to Cameron and separated from the newly opened plaza space. Moreover, while the parking garage unfortunately still slopes over the diner car and actually overhangs its back corner, the applicant has made additional refinements to the garage itself that should help the historic resource stand out more from the new construction, especially when viewed like from across the street or a little bit further away. In particular, the applicant has made the vertical elements of the garage facade more prominent and selected a darker color palette for the garage panels. These changes will provide additional contrast with the horizontality and the light color of the dining car. Moreover, from the vantage point of a pedestrian near the diner, the lighter color of the wood underneath the soffit of the garage should make it feel less cramped and less like there's a heavy dark mass above. So while ADSW would have preferred that the garage facade be further set back away from the diner, the cumulative effect of the changes and design refinements we think are distinct steps forward in helping the diner car stand proud and appear independent of the tower looming over it. So for these reasons, ADSW supports approval of the portions of the site plan related to the preservation and treatment of the historic Tasty Diner car, and we look forward to serving as a resource on its restoration. Thank you for your consideration of our views, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. If the diner is getting lots of love. Yes, so thank you so much. I appreciate that. And with the applicant, you can sit down, and would the applicant like to come up and make a presentation?
Good morning. My name is Stacy Silber. I'm with the law firm of Turley and Brewer, and I'm pleased to be here today representing 8676 Georgia Avenue LLC, which is an affiliate of Roadside Development, the applicant for the site plan and preliminary plan amendment that's before you today. With me here in person and virtually are several folks on our team, including Brian Corcoran and Will Eichler of Roadside, Sarah Grant of the Wilkes Company. We also have Pat LeVay with McCrease Hendrickson Glasscock, who I'm going to just call out. Pat has been made president of MHG. It's happened a while ago, but I just found out, so congratulations to Pat. Ronnie Mozzati and Michael Cutel and Bill Bonstra of Bonstra Harrisine, Trini Rodriguez and Brian Boland, landscape architects with Parker Rodriguez, Katie Wagner and Maribel Donahue of Grove, and architect, historian Andy Adams, and of course my colleague Liz Rogers. I want to take a moment to just say thank you for the staff for all of their efforts. Particularly, I want to thank Grace Bogdan for pinch hitting for Adam, and congratulations to Adam. And Adam was incredibly involved and made sure throughout the process that all agencies were actively involved and providing their input. So we really appreciate everyone's attention to detail on this project. Also, of course, thank you to Stephanie Dickel, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Paul Mortensen, Atul Sharma, and then Rebecca Ballo and Dan Bruckert. From a community perspective, we appreciate the Silver Spring residents and the Silver Spring Chamber who've expressed their support through their letters and through their comments today. Thank you to Ms. Chalfie of the Art Deco Society for the Society's input throughout the process and for taking the time to attend today. We also want to say a special thank you to the Cameron Hills Townhouse Association. Roadside has worked very hard with the Townhouse Association to incorporate changes to the development. The townhouse community is located across Ramsey, and we appreciate the HOA working with Roadside and submitting a letter requesting the board approve the project today. We're pleased to be back before the board to discuss this exciting project in downtown Silver Spring. As was mentioned, this is one of the first projects to implement the Silver Spring master plan and the recommendations of both the board and the county council. The project before you today is the first mixed-use, predominantly residential development that does implement the vision, and it provides a significant amount of additional housing in a very transit-rich area, and also adaptively reuses the historic Tasty Diner car, which was not a small feat in terms of figuring out how to reincorporate it and make it still the jewel box that it is currently and what it could be in the future. As you've heard, both the HPC and Art Deco Society strongly support the project and how the design has reincorporated the diner car. As was mentioned by the Silver Spring Chamber, Silver Spring has seen significant changes and vacancies in the commercial sector over the years. Roadside believes in Silver Spring and is excited to bring forth this project with up to 493 new dwelling units and up to 20,000 square feet of commercial space. The building has been designed to provide 3 main street activating uses. The project incorporates a desirable grocery tenant, which will directly address the sector plan's goal of supporting access to affordable, walkable, and healthy food for all residents. The grocer will occupy, as you can see here, the ground floor on the Georgia Avenue side of the building. The residential lobby entrance is located along Cameron Street in the middle to help activate the middle of Cameron Street, which is a long block. And then notably, again, the project incorporates the historic Tasty Diner, which will be prominently reincorporated into a banner into the redevelopment in a manner that celebrates its history and establishes a new future for this area. You having an issue with advancing? It's not showing. Got it. Thank you. I'm going to pause for 1 second
Okay.
just as it shows to you. Are you all now seeing our screen? No? Oh, got it.
So Isaac? Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Is
You
that what
see it
you
now?
wanted? Okay.
So you see our site plan? Great, terrific, wonderful, thank you. Why don't we go to the next slide? The project will provide more than 15% MPDUs, allowing by code the additional 12 feet that was mentioned by staff. As was mentioned, the height will be centered along Georgia Avenue and away from our neighbors. The project will also provide numerous environmental benefits, including the provision of stormwater management, where none currently exists, and a significant amount of green cover. The project provides significant streetscape improvements, including the provision of the green loop along Cameron, which was a key unifying factor within the sector plan. As discussed in detail at the time of the preliminary plan, the project achieves this by consolidating existing access points, creating an uninterrupted streetscape along Cameron. The scope of the preliminary plan amendment that's before you today is limited to a reduction of the previously approved preliminary plan density to align with the subject site plan and to modify the previously approved offsite improvements to conform with the 2024-2028 growth infrastructure policy. Because the overall density decreased from the original preliminary plan approval, the overall number of trips also is reduced with this preliminary plan amendment. Vehicular access to the property was reviewed in detail by Park and Planning, DOT, DPS, and the board at the time of the original preliminary plan. In order to accommodate sector plan recommendations and other code requirements, it was determined that vehicular access must be located on Ramsey. We appreciate the comments that we heard from Mr. Kearney. Respectfully, I would say that they're outside the scope of what the preliminary plan amendment is covering. But that being said, all the points that were raised by Mr. Kearney are ones that have been reviewed in detail by DOT, the Department of Permitting Services, Park and Planning, and State Highway to address adequacy of the access on Ramsey. On a few other points, I just wanted to mention, I think staff mentioned it as well, is that in terms of adequacy and queuing, that's based upon trips, not parking, so that's already been reviewed. There was some discussion about adding a turn lane on Ramsey. That was actually reviewed at one point, discussed. It was rejected because it was not needed, and it would be detrimental to pedestrian safety. Also, there's a priority for a bike lane as well. On parking, I just wanted to emphasize that, again, the grocer does require 125 parking spaces. The ratio for residential is actually a 0.6 spaces per unit, which actually is lower than the average of similar buildings in Silver Spring, which is at 0.9 parking spaces per unit. So from a market perspective, the number of spaces that are being shown are what would be required by the market and are essential for the redevelopment. Loading, as mentioned, is in excess of what the code requirements are. They're designed to have sufficient depth to accommodate a full-length truck to ensure the trucks will not disrupt traffic on the surrounding streets. The project that you're seeing is similar to what you saw at the sketch plan, but there were some notable improvements. Given the shape of the property, the frontage along Georgia is very limited. As mentioned by staff, we worked very closely with the design advisory panel. We went 3 times and made changes based upon feedback that we received. And we're pleased that we're able to accommodate these design elements, and they're highlighted in what you're seeing today. First wanted to focus on the entrance. It has a canopy, as you can see in the corner, that wraps the corner. The canopy is defining and activates the corner, giving it prominence along the streetscape. The building incorporates transparent glass with an interior architectural element on the first 5 floors and architectural lighting above to provide visual interest both during the day and at night. The applicant also worked very closely with DAP to visually and physically integrate the distinct open spaces along Cameron. The applicant created a distinct residential entry plaza. A landscape area then separates the residential plaza from the enlarged commercial outdoor seating area surrounding the historic diner car to create a real sense of place and activation along Cameron. I also wanted to highlight again the significant collaboration that occurred between HPC, DAP, and Park and Planning staff on the new building as it relates to the historic Tasty Diner. Again, it was no small feat to reincorporate the Tasty Diner. It's being moved and reincorporated as part of the overall building. The diner car has been pulled as far away from the new building as possible, while remaining connected to the building behind it by a light, appropriately designed glass connector. This connector is essential to the viability of the diner car's future commercial use and has been designed so as not to detract from the historic resource. The goal is for this to be a functional space for the community to enjoy. The resulting facade creates an appropriate backdrop that responds to the horizontality of the historic Tasty Diner and complements the verticality of the new building while ensuring the visual prominence of the Tasty Diner car. The resulting project is one that will truly be transformative for Silver Spring. In conclusion, we concur with the findings contained in the staff report and are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval as amended. We agree with staff that the site plan and preliminary plan amendment meet all of the standards and requirements contained in the zoning ordinance for the CR zone, including the project's compatibility with existing development and conformance with the sector plan, as well as subdivision regulations, including the LATR requirements. We ask that our presentation be included in the record. We also ask that the staff report and all of the applicants' submitted materials for the site plan and preliminary plan be included in the record as well. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
So thank you for your detailed presentation. I'd just like to say that this will be definitely a transformative project. You know, it's a very attractive architecture. You could tell that a lot of work went into coming up with this design. I liked how you, this iterative process with the community, with the neighboring Cameron Hills HOA, also with the design advisory panel. And it'll be transformative because one is the amount of housing, the plazas you have out there. You are creating, it will, to me, this will be a place where people want to be seen. It will activate the streets, so I think it will be a very great community hub. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just had a couple minor questions, and in the staff report, it talked about, you did a lot of turning radiuses, and in one instance saying that, so you did something so it wouldn't encroach on the bike lane, so, and so I'd assume that all the turns, whatever, it will not, get on the sidewalks and stuff like that. And I know there was, and with this with the 67 truck that, or whatever, that before there was concerns, but I guess you went through all the turning radiuses and everything will stay in the street and not interfere with the bike lanes or things like, okay, great, great. And then also, what changed in the growth and infrastructure policy? Was it the traffic generation that caused the LATR requirements to be much less?
We'll have Katie Mancarini come up and
Okay, great,
answer the
thank you.
transportation.
Hey there, Katie Mancarini, Transportation Planner acting for this moment. Happy to chime in since I reviewed it before. So what happened with the GIP is we actually changed the proportionality guide threshold, so it's much lower. So originally, they were on the hook for a much larger contribution. Completely fair. They analyzed that they're still going through the site plan process, all that, so they refiled for a preliminary plan amendment to come in at a lower rate, which is what was approved by the planning board and the council.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's all I had in parking requirement, and it was 0.6 per unit. I think that's reasonable. And then I know for the retail, in order to get financing, you have to give your best guess of how many you will use. But I also think that there will be a lot of people walking. This would be a destination coming to the Trader Joe's or wherever. Someone mentioned Trader Joe's, but so I'd like to end by saying a wonderful project. Looking forward to it moving forward. If my other board members will also agree, and looking forward to it being built. I think, as I said, it will be a transformational project for the county. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd like to add a comment. I'm excited for this project. The building looks spectacular. It's beautiful, and I'm especially happy that you're preserving the Tasty Diner. I knew a member of the Wilkes family who worked there, and I used to live across the street from the Tasty Diner, and on my wedding night, after we didn't get a chance to eat our reception, we went and ate at the Tasty Diner. And my son's first pancakes were, retail pancakes were at the Tasty Diner. So, and then being a resident consumer in downtown Silver Spring, and now being a business owner and employer at downtown Silver Spring, this building is much needed. I look forward to the Tasty Diner possibly being reopened and becoming a place where people can dine and commune in the community. It's a spectacular project, again, I'd like to say, and I'm really excited that the owners are taking the initiative to make a building that'll be a beacon in the community and taking the risk to push the building's expanses to the maximum amount. It's exciting. I'd like to also address Mr. Kearney and the residents that live in the townhomes there. Sometimes we look at future residents and the potential for the future residents, and we forget that there are residents who help maintain the community and support the community. And I appreciate Mr. Kearney coming and making his comments today. I think his idea for a center divider is a good idea, but from when I look at this rendering on slide number 13, it looks like there is a proposed center divider on Cameron Street. I don't know if I'm looking at it correctly, but I understand his concern for traffic and the impact it would have on the neighborhood there. But I will note that with the Tasty Diner in Mi Rancho, and there was another restaurant, I think, named Cubano's, I think the traffic in the community on the weekends was quite heavy there, and many of the customers and consumers utilized street parking and the Cameron Street garage across from it. But this is an exciting project, and I look forward to the commencement of construction and its eventual completion. Thanks for taking the risk.
So we will take a vote on this, but we'll do two, one for the preliminary plan and one for the site plan, and there were some corrections. So is there a motion to approve the preliminary plan amendment 2023-015A with corrections. And also, and it's already mentioned that the waivers are also were originally part of the recommendation, so we don't have to say anything about the waivers, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'll move to approve the preliminary plan amendment with conditions and corrections.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 3-0.
Aye.
Oh, 4. Oh, there, Commissioner Linden's online, so thank you.
All right.
Welcome, Commissioner Linden. So do I have a motion to approve site plan number 8/2025-0050 as amended with any corrections?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan with conditions and corrections.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, 4-0. So thank you so much. It's wonderful, again, wonderful project. Can't wait for it to start construction. Thank you. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and start with our item number 9, fiscal year 2026 annual school test, school utilization report, and MCPS's boundary study options. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, fiscal year 26 annual school test, school utilization report, and MCPS's boundary study options overview, where planning staff is recommending that we provide, the board provide a certification to the county council. So this morning we have Jesus Beck presenting this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, I'm Jesus Beck, Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Today I'll be going over the FY 2026 annual school test results and some additional items. So the big things that we'll go over are the annual school test and the accompanying the school utilization report. And then the FY 2026 to 2027 student generation rates and school impact tax rates that were calculated based on those rates. And then a quick overview of MCPS's boundary study initial options. We'll be focusing mostly on the Woodward boundary options. Okay. So for the annual school test, first to do a quick review of how the test is done. And what it's about. So the annual school test evaluates the adequacy of MCPS's elementary, middle, and high school facilities for 4 years in the future based on MCPS's official CIP projections. Planning does not produce our own projections. We merely use MCPS's and sometimes modify them for our purposes. So for the FY 2026 test, that means we're looking at the 2029 to 2030 school year, which is around the time that we expect development applications to start producing students if they're approved during FY 2026. So the graph on the right shows the parameters that each school's projections are tested against. On the bottom, along the horizontal axis, are the utilization rate thresholds for each UPP tier. So 105% for Tier 1, 120% for Tier 2, and 135% and higher will all fall under Tier 3. Along the vertical axis on the left are the seat deficit thresholds for each school level. If you recall, we recently revised these during the 2024-2028 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, which did bring in a few schools that wouldn't have been placed into tiers this time. So to go through one hypothetical example, if an elementary school is projected to be at 125% utilization rate in 2029 and have a 90-seat deficit, then the school service area will be placed in a Tier 1 UPP. As you can see, the utilization rate is already past the 120% threshold for Tier 2, but the seat deficit is just 2 seats shy from the 92-seat threshold. So the annual school test results will show that this school has a 2-seat adequacy ceiling to Tier 2. That means during development review, if an application is found to have an enrollment impact estimate that's larger than 2 at the elementary school level, then their UPP rate will be adjusted higher than what the annual school test results indicate, and it will be adjusted in proportion to the number of seats beyond the 2-seat ceiling. So one more thing to go over with this is, I believe there was a recent case where there was some misunderstanding of how the enrollment impact estimate is used. The annual school test results are applied and assessed to all development applications coming in through the fiscal year by default. What the enrollment impact estimate can do is adjust the rate higher if a project is expected to generate more students than the adequacy ceiling. So the enrollment impact estimate is only used in comparison to the adequacy ceiling. The UPP rates that the annual school test results indicate are assessed by default, even if the enrollment impact estimate comes out as 0. Okay. Looking at the high school results, the FY 26 annual school test will place Blake High School in a Tier 3 UPP. One thing to remember here is that the high school's boundaries are under review for the Crown and Woodward boundary study, but MCPS's official projections that are included in their CIP master plan do not reflect any of the boundary options yet, and show Crown and Woodward High Schools as opening and staying with an enrollment of 0 throughout the CIP cycle, which isn't true for our purposes. For them, they don't have the boundaries decided yet, so they can't say how many students live there. But for the annual school test purposes, we do need to adjust the capacity that's being built in 2027. So the annual school test follows the process outlined in the annual school test guidelines version 2, which was approved by the board in December 2024, following the adoption of the 2024 growth and infrastructure policy. And what we do is we modify the projections of the high schools that are included in each the Crown boundary scope and the Woodward boundary scope, so that the utilization rates across all of the schools included in each scope are balanced. So they will be assumed to have the same utilization rate, and the enrollment would be adjusted according to that. Which is why for the FY 2026 test results, we are not seeing any of the Crown or Woodward High School, Woodward boundary study high schools being placed in the UPP tier. At the middle school level, North Bethesda Middle School will be placed in a tier 1 UPP. So the middle schools are being reviewed under the Crown and Woodward boundary studies as well. But for the annual school test, we are using MCPS's official projections as is, because there's no capital investment that is not being accounted for in the middle school projections. The middle schools are simply reassigning students, and there is no additional classroom or school being opened with an enrollment assumed as 0. So we're not doing any modifications for the middle school levels, which is why North Bethesda Middle School is being placed in the UPP tier 1. At the elementary school level, 7 elementary schools listed here will be placed in a tier 1. One elementary school will be in a tier 2 and another one in tier 3. The tier 3 elementary school, Mill Creek Town, marked as number 9 in dark red in the middle of the county, will be placed in a tier 3 UPP for the 6th consecutive year. They've been placed in a tier 3 UPP since the beginning of having UPP tier placements. So the number of schools placed in the UPPT here may make it look like the county suddenly has an elementary school capacity shortage, but countywide, if we look at the school utilization reports, and as we have reviewed to the board during the FY26 MCPS CIP review, there's projected to be over 10,000 surplus seats available in 2029, the year that we are testing. And each of the 9 schools listed here all have surplus capacity in an adjacent or adjacent schools that can relieve the seat deficit that is being recorded for the annual school test. So the annual school test is showing schools placed in UPP tiers, but that is merely a reflection of the imbalanced utilization rates between schools. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a countywide shortage of elementary school seats. So the table here on the left shows the default UPP factor that would get applied to a project's school impact tax rate. So for example, if a project is approved in FY26 and assessed with an elementary school tier 1 UPP, and let's say the school impact tax rate when it comes for building permit is $10,000, then the UPP charge for that project, for that unit, would be an additional $1,667. The impact tax rate is applied at the time of building permit, so we can't really say how much the UPP rates would be for each project that is being approved. It will be determined when they're at the building permit stage. The map on the right here shows the sum of these default UPP rates across the county. The highest UPP rate will be at Mill Creek Town Elementary School in the service area, where development applications will have a 50% surcharge on their school impact tax. We haven't really seen a development application come in this area yet, though. Ashburton Elementary School's Tier 1 placement in the North Bethesda area overlaps with the North Bethesda Middle School's Tier 1 UPP. That is the one area where there is more than one UPP placements. So any projects served by both Ashburton Elementary School and North Bethesda Middle School. So any project within Ashburton Elementary School service area will also be in the North Bethesda service area, and they will be assessed at 16 2/3% plus 10% surcharge on their school impact tax rate. So again, talking about the adequacy ceiling, in some cases, the UPP rates may be adjusted higher than what the annual school test results indicate, and this will happen during development review. When a project's estimated enrollment impact exceeds the adequacy ceiling of a school, that is when the UPP rates can be adjusted higher than what the annual school test indicates. The schools listed here, the 5 schools, have adequacy ceilings that are less than 10 seats, which are probably the only school service areas that are likely to see the adequacy ceilings breached and the UPP rates getting higher. Next, we'll briefly go over the school utilization report countywide projections and trends, since we have come to the board with this information during the FY26 CIP review. So the school utilization report, just as a reminder, provides supplemental information about the county's utilization trends that is supposed to accompany the annual school test findings. As with the elementary school UPP placements, the annual school test itself might make it look like the county has a capacity shortage. But if we look at the school utilization report, we can see there's a different story going on. So in 2030, the countywide utilization rate of elementary schools, again, as we briefed, will be less than 90% and will be leaving more than 10,000 seats as surplus across the county. 13% of the elementary schools will still be overutilized, but 20% will be severely underutilized at less than 75% utilization rate. The boundary study underway doesn't address any of the elementary schools, so this imbalance may still go on for the next CIP cycle. At the middle school level, the countywide utilization rate will be just over 90%, with more than 3,800 surplus seats expected, and the high schools will be at a 96% utilization rate collectively, and over 2,000 surplus seats will be available. One other thing that the school utilization report includes, of many other things, is a housing sales analysis, where the number of homes sold and built can be found by school service area, and sometimes it helps us understand where some of the school's overutilization might be coming from. The school service areas listed here on the left are the top 3 for each school level, with the most single-family homes sold during 2024. As you can see, the highlighted schools, Ashburton Elementary School and North Bethesda Middle School, are highlighted because they have a UPP tier placement. The image on the right shows a page of the elementary school service areas that's included in the school utilization report as an example. The schools with the red box around it on the example page are the schools, some of the schools that are showing up in this page that have a UPP tier placement. As you can see for Ashburton Elementary School, which is on the far left red box, and Bethesda Elementary School on the far right red box, have seen quite a good amount of newly sold homes, which is the bar on the top. These are single-family units. And if you look at the middle bar, the bar in the middle, they've also seen a lot of newly built homes, which are probably both contributing to their UPP placements. But if you look at the 2 schools in the middle, the Burning Tree Elementary School red box and Poolsville red box, they are seeing a good number of single-family homes sold, but there were no new homes built during 2024. So this means their UPP placement is most likely due to housing turnover within the school service areas. At the same time, there are other elementary schools that aren't showing up in this first page, because this first page is showing the top third of the schools that has seen most single-family homes sold. Some of the schools that are placed in UPP tiers have little correlation between the placement and housing activity in the service areas. So next, we'll go over the student generation rates and school impact tax rates that will go into effect at the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st, and remain effective for 2 years. These are biannual updates. So the table here shows the FY 2026 to 2027 student generation rates that were calculated using the 2024-2025 school year enrollment data. Compared to the updated FY 2025 rates that are currently in effect, the new student generation rates are dropping across most housing types. The additional table to the right, the additional blue column to the right of the colored table show the difference between the newly calculated rates and the current updated FY 2025 student generation rates. And you can see all of the infill student generation rates are decreasing, and the turnover single-family detached and attached student generation rates are also decreasing. And this is mostly due to MCPS's total enrollment decreasing over the past 2 years. But the multifamily high-rise rates in turnover impact areas are increasing slightly for low rises, but significantly for the high rises. This is most likely a reflection of more families being priced out of single-family units and having to live in relatively affordable multifamily units longer or indefinitely. So along with the student generation rates, the new school impact tax rates will also go into effect on July 1st. So these school impact tax rates are calculated based on the latest student generation rates and school construction cost per student. But the council has implemented a cap and carryover system that limits the rate increase at every calculation to 20% of the previous rate, and the remainder is supposed to be carried over to future calculations. For FY 2026 and 2027, although the student generation rates decreased, an increase in elementary school construction cost is leading to an increase in the raw calculation seen on the second column of this table. So the 20% cap from the previous rates, which is shown on the furthest right column, is being activated for all impact areas and housing type categories. This means the difference between the raw calculation rate and the official rate is being banked for future calculations. There is already banked amount from the previous calculation. So in a way, we could say for a good while, we're going to keep seeing the school impact tax rates be increased by 20% because we have a good amount of banked dollars for the increases. Okay, for the final part of this presentation, we'll do a quick overview of MCPS's initial boundary options, and we'll be focusing on the Woodward boundary study because the Crown boundary options have been released, but staff wasn't able to verify the projections data with MCPS that had included some errors, and we wouldn't be able to confidently report to the board on what the utilization projections would be. So maps of each boundary option for Crown studies, for the Crown boundary studies too, have been provided in the staff report if you're curious to see what the options look like. But today's presentation will only be looking at Woodward boundary study. Okay. So this is the map of the current boundaries, school service areas. So it's not showing Woodward High School. The star in the middle of the map is where Woodward High School is located, but currently there is no boundary for Woodward High School. And these are the school service areas that are reflected in the FY 2026 annual school test. Okay. The maps here show the initial boundary options for the high schools in the Woodward study. One thing to note is that for MCPS, balancing utilization rates is only one of the 4 factors that they have to consider when changing school boundaries. The other factors include demographic characteristics of student population, geography, and stability of school assignments over time. We're only going to be looking at the utilization rates of these options, but these 4 options are reflecting these different factors with differing priority levels. Some are going to be prioritizing the utilization rate more. Some might be prioritizing demographics or geography or school assignment stability more. So the graph here on the top shows the utilization level distribution of the high schools for each option. We're looking at the 2030 school year because this isn't the official annual school test, and 2030 is the last school year that the projections were provided for. And at the very top is a no change scenario using current boundaries to compare the options with. One thing to note is that the projections here are different from the official projections even for the no change scenario, because they're based on a premise that all students living in a school service area will attend the school they are assigned to. Currently, there are many students that are enrolled in schools other than what their home address will assign them to, but for this boundary study, MCPS is assuming everyone living in a school service area will be going to that school. So even for the no change option, these projections look different from the official ones. As you can see with how long the green bars are up top, you can see option 2, the third bar, provides the best utilization rate balance of all the options. Option 1 and 4, unfortunately, will leave Wheaton High School. The yellow on option 1 and the orange part in option 4 is showing Wheaton High School being overutilized, and that would be at a level that would require a UPP placement in the future if this is implemented. Option 3 will decrease the demographic disparity between the schools the most. But if we look at the map earlier, option 3 it appears to be increasing the geographic distance between some of the schools and the service areas the most. So that's one thing to note when we're looking at the option 3 utilization rates. So these are the school service areas for the middle schools included in the Woodward study scope at what currently, without any changes reflected. Again, for the middle schools, there is no new capital project opening. So this is just what it is right now with no additional school, no additional classrooms. Okay. And these are the corresponding maps for the middle schools, option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. When we look at the utilization rate projections for the middle school boundary options, all 4 options will relieve the one school that appears in yellow at the top, the no change, that is North Bethesda Middle School. But options 1, 3, and 4, if we look at the far left side, will leave some of the schools that are severely underutilized in dark blue, still severely underutilized. Option 2, similar to the high school boundary options, seems to be balancing the utilization rates across all the schools the best. The one thing about these options are that they're only initial options provided to gather community feedback at this point. According to MCPS's timeline, they'll continue to gather feedback from these options from the community and then refine them throughout the summer and fall. And their goal is to develop after further refining the options, their goal is to develop superintendent recommendations by December of this year. Okay, with that being said, staff recommends that the board certify the earlier annual school test results for FY 2026. Once certified, these results will take effect on July 1st and will remain effective throughout the fiscal year.
Thank you so much. Ms. Beck, the boundary pieces, it just seems like there's so many, it's a lot of detail analysis going on because it's not just utilizations. You said it's geography, you had mentioned, what are utilization geography, and what are the other considerations they're looking at?
Demographics.
Demographics.
And then school assignment, stability in school assignments.
Great. No, it's a lot to go through, and so this is part of this boundary study that's going on now, and so once you confirm the Crown, they will also put that into the mix too. Is that?
So Crown High School does have the same maps provided, and there were projections provided for that, but there has been some errors in the data that was provided, and staff hasn't been able to receive the correct data, which actually affects the utilization rates for the 2030 school year. So I didn't want to bring data that we knew there were some errors in.
Right. Well, great. And so there are no recommendations. Are there any overlapping, like they would Crown and Woodward, how that affects everything, or is how would that?
The boundary scopes are completely separate, so you can completely pull them apart. Woodward High School boundary study will only look at the schools identified for the Woodward scope. The Crown High School boundary studies will only look at the schools identified for that boundary scope. One thing though, along with the boundary study, MCPS is doing, I guess you could call it a sister project. They're looking at the program options that will be provided at all high schools. So for that, they're looking at a countywide, I guess, future. So even the schools that aren't included in Woodward or Crown boundary studies are being reviewed under this program options review committee.
Great. Well, wonderful. Thank you for that. And you said that they hope to finalize things by the end of the year about making formal decisions.
The superintendent's recommendations they're aiming to have it by the end of the year. After that, the Board of Education would ultimately have to make decisions before any of this gets, becomes official.
Okay, great. And I have no questions or comments on the school test. So any other board member questions, comments?
Thanks. You always do an excellent job on these presentations. It's a difficult task because of all the variables that go into this. And because you're a learned professional, you're able to take on that task and try to make it plain for us. One of the things that I'm interested in the school utilization rates is that it's curious to me is that, and you might not be able to get into this because I don't think you set the criteria for utilization rates and attendance, but I'm wondering why when school utilization rates are taken into consideration, is there any value given to the academic performance of the particular school, Or is it merely based upon attendance of the school and the population around the school? And then what I think is really interesting is that the high schools especially have academic interest consortiums where students can apply to attend that particular high school. And some students in areas where their quote-unquote home school is a lower performing school apply to be involved in a consortium opportunity and apply to attend a different school. And so if utilization rates don't include consortium information and academic performance, I'm wondering why. And you might not be able to answer that question, but it's a question that I think should be asked. And although we're limited as a planning board in making any decisions with regards to academics and the success of the schools, I think it's a question that the community might be interested in. And I know we have no say in that, but I just think school utilization sometimes is directly attributable to the overall academic success of the school and the school population. And so our utilization rates here are merely what is the current population around the school and what is the attendance level of the school. One of the curious things that I had privy information on is that I think it was in 2023 or 24, there was State Board of Education had statistics that show that the student population or the student availability in Maryland hadn't decreased, but the attendance of public schools had decreased, and I think the attendance of private schools had increased. And when we're looking at utilization rates, are we considering the population in the community that is now attending private school as opposed to public school? And if there is underutilization, is it a result of the academic performance and the neighborhood children attending private schools rather than the public schools? And if you're not taking in consideration the private school attendance, that the utilization could be inaccurate because the school attendance is down, not because the population isn't there. The school attendance is down because people in the community have decided to attend private school as opposed to public school. And then using the utilization rate or attendance in a certain area and not taking into academic performance, private schools is really tricky. And I think sometimes underutilization of a school is advantageous to students wherein the student-to-teacher ratio is lower. And there's studies, I can't reference them now, that when the student-to-teacher ratio is lower, the students get more individualized attention and their academic success increases. So these are things that we can't deal with here because we're purely numbers based upon proposed development and the increase in student population and the amount a developer would have to pay. But I just think it's really curious that we're limited here as a planning board merely to population and attendance, and then we come up with the amount that a developer must pay. But these are questions and insights that you can't answer here, but I'm hopeful that my comments are considered by the Montgomery County School Board and other people who make decisions with regards to boundaries. Thanks.
I can answer a few of those. I mean, there were so many questions wrapped inside that comment, but the few that I can answer, one thing to correct is an underutilized school will not have a better staff-to-student ratio. The staffing will reduce. We are seeing a lot of elementary schools losing teachers because their enrollment is going down. The staff and student ratio is set by the county. And so is that is usually why the capacity will appear to have so much surplus seats because they're using less classrooms. They're not spreading the students across the same number of classrooms. They're reducing the number of classrooms used in the school. So underutilization does not help in that sense. It, in my personal opinion, is a red flag if it's severely underutilized, more than overutilization. Overutilization can use portable classrooms to a certain point. Severe underutilization, the county has been through this decades ago, could lead to school closing, which could hurt communities even more. We're not seeing that yet, but across the country, a lot of different school districts which aren't as fortunate to have a good, healthy county budget or budget for the schools are having to decide which school to close, which becomes another battle of advocacy power, whose community can advocate for their schools better. That is not where we want to see Montgomery County going, which is why we've been briefing on the board about the underutilization concerns before that the county has to face those troubles.
Thank you so much. That's something that I didn't consider, and it's a market factor result. Like if the school is underutilized, the market says that the school should be closed and the dollar shouldn't be spent there. That's really curious, but thanks for clarifying that for me.
So
And then
please go if you have to.
Oh, just to clarify, the utilization rates are calculated based on enrollment and capacity, and MCPS does all of that. I'm pretty sure they do factor in a lot of things because private school rates and whatnot, attendance tend to follow trends. I can see census data too. There's a correlation between income level and private school rates, and that probably gets factored into some of the projections. But at the same time, I can't say with confidence since MCPS does it and simply gives us their data.
Great. So any other board members have comments or questions? Mr. Linden, have any questions or comments?
No questions, just thanks for the super comprehensive presentation as always. Yeah, it's a lot of interesting stuff to chew on, but no immediate questions from me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion to certify the 2026 annual school test results to take effect on July 1st, 2025?
Yeah. I'll move to certify the test results.
I second.
Second.
Yeah. Mr. Bartley, second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you for this very detailed presentation. As Mr. Bartley said, it is only you can do this because it is very,
Yes.
it's very, very detailed and complicated. So we really appreciate you doing the one-on-one version every time you present this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to just take a 1-minute break and go to item number 12, which is the local government annual reporting to Maryland Department of Planning. And then after that, we'll go to lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, Local Government Annual Reporting to Maryland Department of Planning, with staff is recommending to approve the report and transmit to the County Council President and the Director of the State Department of Planning. This afternoon, we have Jay Mukherjee and Colin McNamara giving this presentation. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Jay Mukherjee, and I'm here with Colin McNamara. We're both GIS specialists with the ITI division within the Planning Department. We're here to present the Local Jurisdiction Annual Report for MDP, the Maryland Department of Planning, for calendar year 2024, and ask for your approval to transmit the report to the Council and MDP by July 1st. Since 2009, MDP has been mandated by various state laws to collect land use and development information from all jurisdictions with planning or zoning authority in the state of Maryland. This past year, HB 131, a new local reporting requirement, was established. It was introduced to enhance decision-making at the state level by utilizing precise development data and processing times, aligning with the goals of our own development review process work group. MDP collects the data it receives from this report to provide both an annual snapshot, historic patterns of growth-related changes, and the amount of permanent activity within the state. The data for the prior calendar year, along with the questionnaire answers, are then used by MDP to create a yearly status report. It's basically a development inventory of Maryland, which is then made available to the public and policymakers. This report has several benefits for Montgomery County. It is used to evaluate public needs and allocated resources in conservation and targeted growth areas, what the state calls its priority funding area, or PFA. The data provided by us is used as reference during General Assembly legislation sessions in Annapolis to make informed decisions. It is used to identify topics for comprehensive plan updates, and it is also used to review grant requests. The goal is for this report to assist the state in guiding necessary programs, services, and other resources to Montgomery County in an efficient manner. Our role in ITI is to collect data from various sources, analyze, and then map the data. The data is collected from our in-house data sources, such as our parcel file, the Hanson Development Tracking System, and our zoning maps. But we also collect data from external agencies like MCPS, MCDOT, and SHA, and from the Montgomery Open Data Portal. Now, this past year, we worked extensively with DPS to provide accurate information as part of the new housing mandate mentioned before, HB 131. The report is then handed off to staff from our countywide planning and policy division and the director's office, who then answer the narrative portions of the report. Once the report is completed and submitted to the council, the resulting data is uploaded to MDP's servers, who then use the data to do their own statewide analysis. The questionnaire sent to us by MDP contains 5 main categories, and they all pertain to land use patterns and development. MDP's main emphasis is the locational relationship between these 5 subject matters and the PFA. This helps assist the state in determining whether to adjust the PFA boundary, which is regarded as their primary investment area. So now I'm going to hand off to Colin to illustrate some of the results that we found in this year's report.
Hello. For the record, my name is Colin McNamara with ISGIS. I'm going to go over some highlights included in the annual report for calendar year 2024. For reference, the gray areas on the map show the PFAs. First, we mapped our master plans. In 2024, the department completed 2 site-specific master plans, while 6 more area plans were in progress. 5 planning department studies were completed, while 1 functional master plan, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways update, continued, and 3 new studies were introduced. There were 138 total major transportation improvement projects. 81 projects, or about 90%, were located within the PFA. 1 new school, Charles Woodward High School, opened in Montgomery County last year, while Poolesville High School underwent major revitalizations or expansions. Both are located within the PFA. As part of state law HB 131, we worked with DPS to provide the amounts of residential and commercial growth based on data obtained from the department's land use Hansen tracking system. Of the 30 new approved subdivision development plans, 22 or 73% were located within the PFA. 738 residential permits consisting of 3,036 residential units were issued in 2024. 72% of those permits were in the PFA. Continuing with permits, this 72% figure falls below the county's 86% average over the past 10 years. That being said, compared to other counties in Maryland, Montgomery County has had a higher percentage of approved units located within its PFA. All of the non-mixed-use commercial permits issued for projects last year were located within the PFA. Over the past 10 years, the county has averaged 89% of commercial permits within the PFA. The average of approved commercial square feet concentrated in the PFAs are about the same compared to other jurisdictions within the state, though there is quite a bit of variability from year to year. We also provided MDP with data about land preservation, including transferable development rights, building lot terminations, and agricultural easements. In 2024, 381 acres were preserved via 2 TDRs, while there were no new BLTs. Additionally, there were 33 new forest conservation easements totaling 143 acres. As one would expect, most of our land preserved occurs outside the PFAs. The Montgomery County Parks Department purchased 3 new parks, preserving 4 acres in 2024. Montgomery County accounts for a major share of land preservation statewide. In the past 10 years, 19% of all land preserved in Maryland has been preserved in Montgomery County. Next, we provided land use statistics. The graphic on the left shows the proportions of each land use category found within the PFA, while the graphic to the right shows the countywide land use distribution. The major land uses within the PFA are single-family detached housing, road right-of-way, and parks, while the largest countywide land uses include agriculture, single-family detached housing, and parks. Land uses have remained relatively static from year to year. On the left is a graph that shows the change in land uses for the past 10 years within the PFA. Warehouses and open space rec are up, while vacant and industrial land uses are down. The graphic on the right shows how Montgomery County holds a higher share of residential land uses within the PFA by both land area and the number of parcels compared to the rest of Maryland. Finally, we provided the results of a comprehensive development capacity analysis. Parcels with capacity must be residentially zoned, vacant, or parcels with redevelopment potential and not located in an environmentally sensitive area. 86% of the parcels meeting those criteria are located within the PFA. Now back to Jay to discuss next steps.
As far as the next steps go, cutting it kind of tight here, but we're seeking your approval to submit the 24 report to the County Council and to the Maryland Department of Planning by July 1. Subsequently, we will be uploading both the data and all the GIS layers and maps to MDP servers, which allows them to create their own end-of-the-year analysis and report for the entire state. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your detailed report in the package and for your presentation. I'm just amazed at the amount of data we collect and analyze and explain. And so this report, I feel well done. Thank you. It shows that majority of a high percentage of all the land that we develop is in the priority funding area, which is, I guess that was the intent. And then we are preserving a lot of land for not development in the ag reserve, which is the intent. So thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, thank you. And do I have a recommendation or motion to approve the 2024 report and to transmit it to the County Council and the Director of the State Department of Planning by, is it July 1st?
I'll move to approve the report and transmit it to the County Council and the State Department of Planning.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have
Aye.
it, 4-0. Thank you so much. And we will take a break for lunch and be back at 1:40. Is that correct? Okay. All right, thank you. 1:30, excuse me, 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Mountain Vale Solar Conditional Use Application and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending, making a recommendation of approval with conditions to the hearing examiner on the conditional use, and then staff is recommending approval of the Forest Conservation Plan with conditions. And this afternoon, Mark Beal is presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Beal, Up County Planning Division. Today I bring you the conditional use for Mountain Vale Solar with a conditional use number of CU 202507 and a forest conservation plan number of F20250530. The subject property is located at 17,700 Barnesville Road. As you can see, the properties to the north, let me get my arrow, north, east, and south are all zoned AR. The properties to the west and northwest corner are all in the town of Barnesville. And staff did recognize two special exceptions in the neighborhood. So the overall property is around 109 acres. It's currently being used for agricultural purposes. The outline in green dotted line is the conditional use area that is approximately 11 acres. And you can see there's existing forested and streams which will not be touched with this application. And Barnesville Road is a rustic road. So the applicant is proposing a new entrance in this location off of Barnesville Road, as well as a 2 megawatt solar collection system with a brand new fence installed around it. And they're installing a new fire department access path here and here with a new underground tank at this location. So a little bit of the details. The applicant will be making the electrical interconnection at the power pole right next to the driveway at this location. You can see in this picture here. And then the switchgear and transformers will be further down into the property in this location here. Here you can see a side view of the solar panels. They will be pile driven into the ground, which will minimize the amount of land disturbance. So here's our soils map. In the zoning ordinance, you can't be in class 1 or 2 soils. The applicant is proposing this solar array in the class 7 and class 3 soils. And then here's some views from the street that I took the other day. And you can see in A is kind of looking in this direction, and you're looking down through the field. The new entrance will be right here on this side of the power pole. And you can see in the picture above the landscape plan, there'll be additional plantings that'll be planted up here to be able to shield and screen this area here. In the middle, you can see there's existing vegetation, but you can also see the applicant's proposing all new landscaping for screening. And then the same is for the C, looking in the western, I got it reversed, so you're looking at the plan, but it's in the western side, looking towards, you can see very little of anything, as well as there is additional plantings and landscaping planned. So all noticing requirements have been met. We received one email with concerns with conflict with the Ag Reserve. They mentioned local opposition, and then they wanted reassurance from the developer that the water table, house prices, and wildlife will not be affected by the application, and they were concerned with preserving the road and rural views of the Ag Reserve. So the property falls under the 1980 Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space Plan, Master Plan, or the ARIS Plan, which is to protect and promote farmland and agricultural uses. There's no specific recommendations for this property. The remaining 98 acres will remain in farmland. It also, as I mentioned before, Barnesville Road is a rustic road. And the applicant met with the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee on May 22nd of this year, and the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee did not make any recommendations. And it meets all requirements of the zoning ordinance, including the class 3 and 7 soils, so it's not in class 1 or 2. And the application is for 2 megawatts or less. At this time, I'll turn this over to Josh Penn for the environmental.
Good afternoon. For the record, Josh Penn with Up County Planning. We do have a final forest conservation plan here. It is a land use category of ARA, or Agricultural Resource Area, has a 20% afforestation threshold and a 55% conservation threshold. The net tract area is the total property size minus the amount to remain in agriculture for a net tract area of 11.23 acres. You can kind of see here a close-up of that net tract area. There is 2.25 acres of existing forest on site that you'll see here in the green hatching. It is all being placed into a Category 1 easement, and the application results in no afforestation nor no reforestation requirement. There is no forest being cleared with this project.
Thank you, Josh. As you can see, the applicant has an approved stormwater management concept plan as well as an approved fire department access plan. And for transportation, the applicant is proposing a new entrance, as I mentioned before, in this location, and they will be dedicating their share of the 70-foot right-of-way required for Barnesville Road. And it is not subject to LATR due to the amount of trips. And there's no improvements being proposed or actually required along Barnesville Road since it is a rustic road, and there are no transit stops along the front of the property. So staff is recommending that the board transmit approval with conditions for a solar collection system to the hearing examiner, as well as staff is recommending the board approve the forest conservation plan. Thank you for your time. We're here if you have any questions, as well as the applicant.
Mr. Beal, thank you for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon. For the record, Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schurtz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant, Davis Hill Development. I have here with me Mr. Will Thurman. He's the development manager with Davis Hill Development. We're mostly here to answer questions. We don't have a separate presentation. We have reviewed the conditions recommended for the hearing examiner, and all of them are standard and acceptable to the applicant. Staff's presentation was thorough. As presented, it is a conditional use in the ag reserve zone. All the standards, specific use standards required under section 372 of the zoning ordinance, 59372 have been met. It is in currently the class 7 and 3 soils. It's non-prime. And this application was filed at a time before the latest developments at the state level in terms of legislation. We are proceeding with the application as a conditional use as filed. And we're here mostly just to answer questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the board members?
I had a quick question. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this would conform to the existing standards that we had before the state law from last year, right? Is there any reason that you're not expanding this beyond the 2 megawatt?
Well, the interconnection. I mean, there's a certain level of interconnection that was worked out with the utility, and so there's no real reason to make it any bigger at this time.
Yeah, at this time, I appreciate the ingenuity of managing to actually put together a solar project that would work given the existing standards that we had, but I'm all for it.
Mr. Linden, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. So I love that this project is looks like it's capable of moving forward under the existing ZTA. I think that's great news. I think I saw in the staff report that the current plan is to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the current plan is to use pollinators underneath the panels. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. I think that's that's great. I think as a minimum practice, to be sure. But I was curious if you all explored any level of crop production. I know that the soil type there is class 3, and it looks like some class 7. So I'm not totally sure what's currently being farmed elsewhere on the property or what might be capable of being farmed there. But I'm just curious if you explored any level of crop production under the panels too.
I don't believe we have, but Will, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's correct. We have not explored. We, like you said, are exploring or moving forward with the pollinator species option, and have not explored other options at this time.
Okay. Yeah, I would, I would encourage you to at least look into that, considering that practices around agrivoltaics have been improving, and we've talked about this before with the board. But there's a lot of research that indicates that certain crop types can do well given the conditions and the microclimate conditions that solar panels can provide. So if perhaps something to look into. It won't change my level of support for this project. I think this project needs to move forward. I'm happy that you found a way to make it work given the conditions and constraints. But if for future projects, perhaps if you intend to kind of pursue additional versions of this, it's something that I think is a valuable goal and can help meets several different public goals and interests that we have in this area. So just wanted to note that as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
I'm sorry.
I did have.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Artie. I did have one additional question for staff. I was curious if I saw that there were a couple of letters in opposition to this. Obviously, it meets the conditions of the ZTA. And so, I fully intend, I think we probably intend to support this and pass it along to the hearing examiner. I was wondering if we received any correspondence in support of the project, considering that it does meet the terms of the ZTA that was a compromise approach and solution several years ago between various groups and interests. I'm just wondering if anyone expressed support for this.
If I could answer him. In terms of community letters, no, but we do have a letter of support from the Office of Agriculture and the Montgomery County Green Bank. And so there's other avenues of support, but not from a member of the community, no.
Okay, and no organizations, no non-governmental organizations in the county expressed support for this?
No, sir, no one reached out to us about that.
Not in writing.
Yeah. I never got a call or anything.
Okay, thanks. Those are all the questions I have. Again, thanks for making this work. We understand that the current ZTA is extremely restrictive, and it's great that there's an interconnect point basically right on the site here. I know that's often a big challenge, especially when there's a long distance in between the site and the point of interconnect. So thanks, and look forward to making a positive recommendation to the hearing examiner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Is this a part of contiguous plot of land owned by the property owner currently? So the way I'm looking at it, it seems as though there's 3 farm fields there, and this is the middle farm field.
That's correct.
Are all 3 farm fields owned by the same landowner?
Correct.
Okay. I just find it curious that the middle farm field would be used as opposed to one on either side of the middle farm field. Was there any particular reason why that field was chosen for the solar panel array rather than the outlier ones?
At the time, the soils. So under the current zoning ordinance requirements, it limits to, it prohibits this use on class 1 and 2. So we're looking for class 3 or higher. And on the field to the right, there are some class 2. I mean, it's basically the soil.
So just my lawyer instincts, when I look at the subdivision of, contiguous farmland, and you put a solar field in the middle of otherwise contiguous plot of land, could defeat the use of all the land rather than putting the solar field on one side of the 3 plots rather than in the middle. Is there a plan for obsolescence after the lifespan of this solar field and technology no longer are efficient?
Yes, there is required to have Davis Hill Development is required to have a decommissioning plan in place at the start of any development of this nature. So that is in place if you wanted to speak to the details of a decommission plan.
Yeah, so a decommissioning plan is essentially a plan to decommission the site once its useful life is over. So the plan is in place to remove all the equipment, restore the soils and property that was used to its pre-existing condition. And we put in a decommissioning bond in place if we were to, default or anything like that, or something occurred, where the county would have that fund to decommission the site themselves if needed. But that includes scrapping all the equipment and handling all the offsite recycling and whatnot. So that's a plan in place.
What is the life expectancy of this solar field?
Around 25 to 30 years, can go up to 40 depending on conditions, but 25 to 30 is kind of the sweet spot that we live in.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your questions. Yeah, so I'm supportive of this project. One, it meets the county regulations. Two, yeah, I like, given this was on a rustic road, and it's really great that there's going to be screened, right? That's a really important, that is screened. And it was interesting, this is for staff, so in the county's current ordinance, it specifies that they would have had to put pollinators in. Is that in the county ordinance today?
Yes.
Okay, but
There's a choice.
Yeah,
There are three.
Exactly. It's pollinators, farming activities. There's three
so
different
that's
choices.
already, yeah, it's good to know that was already in the, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, great. So, yeah, wonderful. Just out of curiosity, I see that the ones that have come to us have always had these fire protection, tanks for fire protection. Is it a big risk of fires happening at these facilities? It sounds like it must be the law, do you have to have these tanks and stuff like that? What is driving that, just out of curiosity?
There really is not a huge risk of fire, but the county fire code and the fire marshal, because of the lack of fire hydrants in this part of the county and water service, routinely require cisterns to be installed in these agricultural areas to provide that source of water. I've done another solar project where instead of a cistern on the property was a large body of water that we installed a pump system that could draw the water out in the event of an incident from the body of water. So there are other ways to do it, but this cistern is pretty standard.
So they're thinking that the solar panel's going to catch fire? I'm just trying to think, what is the fire, what is the reason? I'm just trying to just understand.
Yeah, yeah. Like Sue was just saying, any use in this particular area or in the more rural areas where you're not close to hydrants often require cistern. There could be a single-family home that would have been proposed here that may have and likely would have generated the need for a cistern. So the cistern itself is not unique to a solar project. It's where any development that's occurring in a particularly rural area of the county, more often than not, at least in my experience reviewing these plans, has required a cistern.
Okay.
It really depends on what is being proposed and where.
Okay, great. Just curious.
And I would note that there's a cistern easement that is required, and it gives the county the ability to tap into that cistern if needed, not just for this project or property, but if there's a fire on the other side of the road and there's a need for water, they would be able to access the cistern.
Okay, perfect. And then my last question is about the creating the Category 1 easements. Is that that's a requirement, or the landowner wants to do it? So any left, if there's a property and then there's, I thought they said there were no forests on this property?
There's forest within the net tract area. All the forest within the net tract area has to either be counted as cleared or retained. If they count it as retained, they must place it into a Category 1 easement. Since there's about, I think it was like 12 acres of forest on this section, they put all of the remaining forest in there. Therefore, they don't have any requirements off-site, but they're not clearing any, so they have no requirements because they're saving forests. So they're above their afforestation threshold and above their conservation threshold.
So they must retain, okay, great.
Correct.
Great. Those are all my questions, so thank you. So, yep, this wonderful project, please move forward. We have definitely a need for energy production, green energy production for our county and our state, so this is wonderful. So hearing no other questions or comments, we have two approvals we have to give today. So do I have a motion for approval of the conditional use application 2025-07 to make recommendations of approval with conditions to the hearing examiner?
Yeah, I'll move for us to make, recommend approval with conditions to the hearing examiner.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it 4-0. And do I have a motion for approval of Forest Conservation Plan F20?
I vote no.
Oh, you vote no? Okay, even if it meets this,
I vote
okay.
no.
Okay, so it's 3-1 for this project. I'm sorry, I thought you had voted, okay. So do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan F 2025-03, 2025-0530 with approval, where staff is recommending approval of the Forest Conservation Plan with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote no.
Okay, so 3-1 on this project. So thank you so much. And we'll just take a 2-minute break and go to our next item. Item number 11, Forest Glen Passageway mandatory referral, where staff is recommending approval of comments to transmit to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 11, Forest Glen Passageway Mandatory Referral Public Hearing, where staff is recommending that the staff recommend approval of comments to transmit to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. Right. So this afternoon, we have Sophia Aldridge presenting this item. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Sophia Aldridge from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And this, I think, will be the last time I say that. Today here at the table, we have Rebecca Park from Montgomery County DOT, the project manager. We have Don Tusing from Arcane K and Robert Gillespie from Arcane K. And we also have Ted Boker, who is online. And I believe in the audience we have Alex Rixey and Steve Finley. Hi, Steve. All right, excellent. So today, as part of the mandatory referral, this is our typical review sort of agenda. We're going to talk about the project. It's quite a complicated project. There are other projects that are enmeshed in it, which we're probably not going to get into detail. That is discussed in detail in the staff report, including an SHA project and a potential MCDOT sidewalk project that doesn't exist right now. If you have any questions about some of those details, certainly we can talk about that as we get to the end. So what we typically do after the project description is talk about master plan conformity, transportation best practices, and then other subject areas that relate, typically historic preservation, environmental analysis. If there's parkland, parkland would be included, but there's not in this situation. And then recommendations. All right, to start, the project is, it's one that most folks have been pretty familiar with. I think the idea has been around for over 20 years. It's the design of an underground passageway to connect the Forest Glen Metro Station to the east side of Georgia Avenue. And there's been a lot of work to look at that, but the photo, the diagram on the slide shows the location of the existing metro station, the existing metro station passageway, which connects over to the kiss and ride lot, metro parking, and bus loop. And then on the other side of Georgia Avenue, we have the proposed passageway and essentially elevators and a stairway portal on that side, which is part of this project. So we'll go through some of the elements in detail, but definitely a lot of this project description is going to be showing some plans and trying to sort of identify what this project is proposing to do and how it ties into the existing metro station project. And one thing I will mention is that this metro station, it might be one of the lower passenger volume stations. And I would just say I'm not a metro or a transit specialist, but it's probably my least favorite transit station and how it's designed. There are a lot of problems with it. Where there's no elevator right now to get you from street level down to the platform, and handicapped access has to occur through the bus loop. So there are a lot of issues, and this project, I think, will go a long way to improving access for everyone for this station. All right, so this is the profile view of the proposed project, and it doesn't really show all of the elements because some of them are sort of stacked on top of each other, but what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the different elements. So I've color-coded this to show you this is the existing location of the existing metro station and the existing passageway. And in order to essentially create the Forest Glen passageway underneath Georgia, the first thing is that the passageway is at a different level than the existing metro station. So we have to have an elevator and stairway place, which is the blue section, to get people from one level below the street level to 2 levels below the street level. We then have, I just showed in green to show street level improvements on the west side. At the street level, the elevator will pop up out of the ground. I mean, won't really do that, but there'll be an elevator building, and, you know, with I guess the lift structure or the winch and motor, and that will be where pedestrians will wait for the elevator to go down to either the metro level or the passageway level, which is nice because it's outside the fare collection area. So this will be a tunnel and elevators that can be used by even people who just want to cross the street. Next area is the actual proposed underground passageway. What I will point out in this drawing, you know, this is Georgia Avenue up here. And actually, I'll go back and click on the pointer. And there are some elements shown in this drawing that are a little hard to see, but I think it's like right here, here, and here. And those are actually, I believe, utility conflicts that are shown in this drawing to sort of explain, one, why we need to go down. And when we get to the plan view, you'll see why the tunnel had to go on the alignment that there's a kink in the plan view of the tunnel. So there's a lot of work to try to avoid some of these underground impacts. And turn that off. Bear with me for a second. All right, next, on the east side of Georgia Avenue, we have proposed eastern elevators and stairway. On this side, I just showed them all in one section. Here we only have 2 levels, so we go from the proposed passageway to the street level. And the elevators are, you know, the square block you see above ground on the left side, and then on the right side, it's a stairway with a nice glass roof that you probably have seen in other metro stations, especially some in the district. Next, we have an aerial rendering, and this is shown sort of in the opposite direction of most of our other graphics. So this one, north is down. You can see on this drawing, you can see the street level or slightly higher than street level elevator building, and people will leave that building onto a walkway. That will also be a waiting area to take the elevator. It will then connect into some of the existing pedestrian walkways on this current site. And as you can see here, this is the existing stairway that starts here at street level, and this goes down to the existing metro passageway. And so if you're on this side of the street and you want to get to the metro from the south side of the street, the only way you can do that is from this stairway. And it's a narrow stairway, has drainage problems, it's not covered, there's a whole bunch of issues with it. The other way is through the existing portal, and that's on the other side of the street. So again, when we start looking at what this improvement does, a lot of good things for making this, I would say, a fully functioning metro station similar to most of the others in the system. All right, next I'm going to go sort of show the same thing at plan view. Starting at street level, you can see there's the elevator building with a waiting area and sidewalk space. And the eastern area from street level as well. When we go to the existing passageway level, which is 1 level down, we start with the existing metro station. And again, what you can see on this drawing is that these are the fare gates right here. So anything that's to the left of these fare gates is free fare. And so what you'll see is that the proposed entrance to the Forest Glen passageway is in the free fare area. So again, people can use this to simply cross the street, as well as get to the metro station. And the last part of this is showing again, the tunnel, which you have to go down one level to -2 to get to. This is a side view profile view of the west side. And again, some of the similar elements here. Here's the tunnel. This is the stairway and elevator plaza with a connection to the existing passageway. And then this is the above ground elevator. And then finally, too many things to click. Okay. Continuing on this plan view through the Forest Glen Passageway Tunnel, we get to the location where really this sort of explains what I mentioned to you earlier. There were some utility impacts in the streets that caused not only the passageway to have to go under, but also to kink here. From, I would say just purely from a security perspective, having a kink in a tunnel is a security risk. It's a little bit of a concern. But this really was necessitated by these vaults. And it's, as short as possible. I think they've done a pretty good job of making this work. Ideally, we would like this tunnel to be as straight as possible from one public area to another. All right. And finally, this is the east side of the proposed passageway level. And you can see the end of the passageway, underground passageway. And then this is essentially the east elevator, towers and stairway with the glass covered canopy, or glass or some material. All right, so we're going to move on to master plan conformity. This is a very complicated project. Now, one thing that is mentioned in the staff report in quite a lot of detail is that there were a lot of things a lot of other projects in this area that my presentation doesn't deal with. So one of them is that SHA has a design project on Georgia Avenue called the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills Project, which includes intersection improvements to the intersection of Georgia and Forest Glen Road. So as part of this design, they assumed those improvements would be in place. So there are no impacts from this project to that design. That project is proceeding. At this point, I'm not sure exactly when that project will be complete, but certainly there's been coordination between the two projects. In addition, there was some design work that was considered by Montgomery County DOT for a Forest Glen sidewalk project. We brought a briefing to the planning board a couple years ago, and that was really to provide a connection between the hospital and Sligo Creek Parkway and this proposed passageway. And I know that in the 9801 Georgia Avenue project, I think one of the sort of the conditions was actually constructing some of that, including a sidewalk between the portal and Dameron, and so that you could actually have a protected crossing there. That project also included a side path on the south side, and at the time we were hoping from the planning department and planning board is that the project could also include a climbing lane on the westbound direction of Forest Glen Road because it's uphill. And a lot of people from the Sligo Creek Trail, they use this as a major connection to get over to places in the west. So that detail is in the staff report, and again, if you have questions about that, we can circle back to that. So from the master plan conformity perspective, you know, the two primary things we're really comparing it to, one is the 2020 Forest Glen Montgomery Hill Sector Plan. And this sector plan was really closely timed with the SHA work. In some ways, part of it was almost like a critique of that and how to fit it into a sector plan. You know, definitely some good timing. But there were a lot of recommendations in that plan, transportation related, and certainly we find that the project is consistent with the recommendation in that plan that confirms and supports the Forest Glen Metro Passageway project along the preferred alignment. One thing I'll also mention is that also in the staff report, the planning board has previously reviewed a mandatory referral that included alternative selection for the Forest Glen Passageway, which I think was 2012 or 2013. And it was stated during that one that a second mandatory referral would be needed when you actually came to 35% design, which is why we're here today. We don't always do that, but it's really included in mandatory referral you know, regulations. So occasionally we do that. You know, we had fully intended to do that for the managed lane project as an example. So certainly, you know, other projects will come in for alternatives analysis and just do a briefing with the planning board. But some projects, you know, we deem necessary to go through mandatory referral at multiple stages. Next, we evaluated the project in comparison of the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan. That plan recommends a side path on the south side of Forest Glen along the frontage of the project between Coleridge and Georgia Avenue, essentially the metro station property. And the 2020 Forest Glen Montgomery Hill Sector Plan confirmed this recommendation. So the actual recommendation, you know, is a nice standard side path and a grass buffer to separate the side path from the street. And so therefore, that part of this project is inconsistent because it doesn't include this facility. All right, so next, I want to talk a little bit about master plan conformity and then switch into some transportation best practices. This is the metro station site, and the graphic shown on the screen shows you some of the existing features or constraints. The yellow, you know, shape is the existing stairway, which I believe is about 5 feet wide. And is not covered. Over here on the right, there is an existing metro pylon, which is in the middle of the sidewalk, and leaving, I barely think there's 3 feet to get by. Probably doesn't meet ADA standards. And then there's an existing sidewalk along this whole frontage, which looks to be about 5 or 6 feet wide with no grass buffer. And then immediately behind that sidewalk, there's, it's actually pretty well forested, some pretty tall trees through that section. So the project here is, this is the street level view of the elevator building and the sidewalk that will serve it. So, you know, the first finding that we, you know, what I talked earlier is that the master plan side path was not included in the project. And so through this section, the requirements which come from the Complete Streets Design Guide would be for a side path with 11-foot width default and 8-foot minimum, usually reserved for environmentally sensitive locations but could be used, when you have a pinch point. And then a street buffer, which again is the 8-foot width is the default width, but also could be reduced to 6 feet minimum. So the total default width is 19 feet. The total minimum width is 14 feet. The existing or the proposed width with the elevators would be about 17 feet. So theoretically, you could put the side path and street buffer in here, but there are a lot of things that aren't shown on here. One, some slight differences in grades, the presence of some pretty large trees, and so it might be difficult to fit in the full default facility in this location, with the elevator banks the way they are. All right. And here are some photos of those same things. The existing stairway shown on the left. When I was there was a big puddle of water in the bottom, and that, I think, is 5 feet wide. And there's no signage to get you to it. It's facing away from the main street. It's, I would say, pretty substandard. The existing sidewalk you can see in the center photo, again with no grass buffer. You can see the nice trees that have grown up there since the station was built, which, it is great. But, because there is an SHA project that's proposed, there are going to be some intersection changes, and there's not room to carve anything out of that.
For frame of reference, where is the existing stairway? I'm trying to imagine exactly where it is. Is it on the western side of Georgia Avenue or the
It's on the
eastern
western
side?
side of Georgia Avenue, and actually from the center photo is taken on the western side looking towards Georgia, almost at Cole Ridge. And if you, from that vantage point, if you turn to the right, you would be looking at the back side of the photo on the left. Again, with no signage, you would see bushes and maybe some railings. It's hard to find. I think if you're looking to get to go into the metro station, you end up wandering into the property, and then you may notice it, but it's still not there's no way finding for that. The photo on the right shows the metro station pylon. And again, the sidewalk is, I believe mostly 5 feet wide. And as you can see, I say 3 feet, but I think 3 feet is being generous. I think that includes the curb on the left-hand side. So for someone in a wheelchair, it's very difficult today to get by through this location. And I will mention that the other side of that corner, there's a signal pole also with the pinch point constraint. And we haven't focused on that as much because, we think that there's, it's not directly used by people who will be using this tunnel, but certainly is a consideration for improvement. All right, so next, we did an evaluation of the street buffers and sidewalk and bikeway widths that are proposed. In this table presented in the staff report shows a comparison. Certainly the project frontage, we've identified the limits. So we have 3 sections, one on Georgia on the east side, which is along the 9801 property down to Forest Glen Road. Forest Glen on the west side, on the south side, adjacent to the metro station, and then Forest Glen Road east of Georgia on the north side, adjacent to the 9801, where the east elevator and stairway are proposed. And in all cases, the street buffer, sidewalk, and bikeway widths are narrower than recommended in the relevant master plans or best practice guidance. And so just one example, on the south side of Forest Glen Road, the street buffer recommended, and I believe this is in complete streets, is 8-foot default, 6-foot minimum for a town center boulevard. And what's being provided as a street buffer is 0. Similarly, the sidewalk or bikeway, a side path is the recommendation. The default width is 11, 8 feet is the minimum width, and only a 5.5-foot sidewalk is being proposed. The side path, which is the bicycle facility, is not included in the project. Yeah, in all cases, all of these were less than, the standards that we typically like to see. All right, so as part of our review, we looked at some of the elements and started to come up with some ideas how we could either make room for some of these improvements or just make it work better. So the first thing is at the west elevator, we looked at the site sort of, I guess, from an architectural and even a safety issue. And what we found is that the location of the elevator at street level is oddly skewed in relation to both the street and the building face. Just I would say that kind of skew doesn't win many awards, but it's also, so it's architectural incongruous, I hate that word, and creates pedestrian visibility issues that may lead to safety and security problems. So just as an example, if you're waiting for an elevator late at night and you're standing right here, there's a blind spot, like people can't see you from the street. So it does create some concerns. And so what we came up with this idea, which would be that as part of the design, if you rotated the elevator clockwise, so that it was more in line with the existing building, it would provide more safety for the users. The other benefit is that actually might provide more space for the bicycle facility. And I think, and so here's the existing passageway shown in yellow or orange. This is the east elevator and stairway construction area, which includes, most of the blue area is actually underground and includes things like mechanical rooms and break rooms, et cetera. And then in purple is the underground passageway. And then again, there is the street level improvement showing the elevator banks at askew. All right, so as part of this, definitely a recommended concept that we came up with, and we came up with a sketch, was to rotate the elevators by about 120 degrees so that they're, essentially parallel with the existing Metro building, and there's a emergency access stairway from the Metro station that comes out between the elevator bank and the building. This allows room to have more of a waiting plaza, provides more space to provide the side path and buffer. And all these trees here essentially say that probably the existing trees would have to go down and new trees would have to go up. There might be a way to retain some of the existing trees on site. So that's one of the concepts that we came up with. All right, so the next recommendation or recommended concept to provide safe and comfortable routes for people walking, biking, and rolling to access the proposed project and to get to the Metro station is to replace the existing sidewalk along Forest Glen Road, essentially along this Metro frontage, replace the 5.5-foot sidewalk with a 11-foot side path and a 8-foot buffer. Certainly with the understanding that there could be some consideration to going down to the minimums. I think definitely construction, site constraints, there are a lot of reasons why when MCDOT builds projects, they don't necessarily always go to the defaults. Sometimes it's to keep from moving curb, or because there's some underground utility that's in the way that would really increase the price of the project. So, but certainly within those ranges, certainly think it's reasonable that they could fit in. And with this reorientation, there's just a lot more room to make it more open, more safe, and more inviting. And I think I missed a slide here. Hold on a second. Yes. So on this drawing, we don't show the existing stairway anymore. I kind of wish we had included some kind of dashed line showing it coming out. We sort of feel like the orientation of the stairway is in the wrong direction. It's not inviting. It's not safe. It actually, has drainage problems. It's too narrow. I mean, it really should have essentially two stairways with a railing in the center. So what we're proposing here is that a stairway start more at street level near the corner of Coleridge and Forest Glen, and then work its way down to the existing Metro passageway. And on that drawing, you would essentially get to the bottom of that section, turn left, and that would get you into the existing passageway, and directly opposite you would be the new connection to the stairway and elevator. So those are the three, essentially improvement concepts that we've identified. In addition to transportation, we also looked at historic preservation. The applicant submitted a letter to MHT of January of 2012, requesting any information for important cultural resources, and MHT responded stating that there are no historic properties. And that's one time when we have a letter that does not expire. So anyway, that one that one is covered. We also did a environmental review as part of this, which is why Mr. Finley is here today. And if there's any questions about our environmental review, he can respond to those. But conclusions of this is that the project conforms to the Planning Board approved environmental guidelines for environmental management of development in Montgomery County. The project is located within the Rock Creek watershed, and any environmental impacts have been minimized to the greatest extent possible, but are necessary and unavoidable to achieve the design standards of the project. Some findings from forest conservation. The project is exempt from the forest conservation plan requirement, and I'm probably going to get this wrong, but it did receive a forest conservation exemption in February of 2025. But as part of that exemption, they're still required under Section 22A9 to demonstrate a series of steps. And they have included some of those with their plan. All right, so that leads us to the recommendations, planning staff's recommendations to the planning board. And those are the three concepts that we came up with. The first is that the elevator should be rotated to provide more room, help improve safety and security, and to make more room for a bicycle facility, and that existing spaces within the project that now occupy the area where the rotation would occur would need to be relocated. From looking at the plans, as I mentioned, on one level there's a break room, and I think there's a communications room. So certainly to me, it seems like it's doable, but where it would go, it would need to be more design work to figure that out. Second recommendation is to close the existing stairway on the southwest quadrant that connects the street level to the existing metro passageway and replace it with a newer, wider stairway that starts on the south side of the existing passageway and new passageway connection where it comes in at a T and travels west and north directly towards Forest Glen, near to where the existing stairway is located. And the idea here is that we're creating a pedestrian connection that is not just for Metro. And what you'll find in the comments that have been received by the planning board, of which there are 14, I believe, 13 in support, 1 opposed, that crossing this street is very stressful to the people who commented. That was something we heard during the Montgomery Hills sector plan as well. And so the ability to folks to be able to use this facility, 1, to get to the metro, and 2, to actually just cross the street, is important from the west side and from the east side. So that the stairway helps make that possible. The third recommendation is to provide safe and comfortable routes for people walking, biking, and rolling to cross the proposed project and to the WMATA Forest Glen Metro Station. And this would include replacing the existing sidewalk with a side path and a street buffer along the Forest Glen Road frontage of the site at the southwest corner of Georgia Avenue and Forest Glen Road, essentially between Coleridge and Georgia. And this would be to be consistent with the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan and the 2024 Complete Streets Design Guide. And those are planning staff recommendations, so I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I have better understanding now of the project. So we have a few people that wanted to comment. They're in person. There's Peter Franzen, adjacent property owner, and then there's Madeline Dwyer Scherf. And then virtually there's, I guess there was supposed to be Allison Gillespie. I think she's not. Okay. But then there's Britt Gordon McKeon and Aaron Davis and Matthew Griffin. So we can start with Peter Franzen and Madeline Dwyer Scherf. Come on up, please. Mr. Franzen, state your name and you can tell us your presentation. Thank you.
Peter Franzen. I've been a resident of Silver Spring, Wheaton since 1965. I grew up about a quarter mile from this intersection, and I've been a resident of the Americana Finmark condominium since 1980. I even went down the Metro Tunnel there when it was under construction with Cody fan steel back in the early 80s, and I used the station to commute to work downtown for about 35 years. There were many battles about this station. People on the east side of Georgia managed to push it over to the west side, and that's why you have this problem. The station is not perfect, of course, and it does have problems. As I've testified before, the Forest Glen Station is a residential station. When it was approved by the county council back in the early 70s, it was meant to be a residential station for the immediate people. It has limited access, deliberately designed that way, and capacity because it was meant for the people there. There's only 4 fare card machines. I don't know who else you think is going to be using this thing. And only has 6 access elevators, which your several predecessors before didn't even realize that the only way you can get to the trains is through elevators. There's a passenger feasibility study from 2013. That's way outdated and pre-COVID. I think you'll find perhaps even less people using the station now. And as I used it almost on a daily capacity, it was very sparsely used. I don't know why you need 11-foot sidewalks just for me. The commuter stations are Wheaton and Silver Spring. So now that I've seen a little bit more about the plans, this is too much for too little. In fact, it seems to border on the ridiculous. There's a lot of up and down to make this passageway work, more than there is now. And I note that there's not a word about the cost of this thing, so that seems to me something funny about that, why you're not talking about the cost. I don't know where the money is going to come from. It just looks expensive to me. I'm no engineer, though. And it should not be used as a free pedestrian way. People do not like using tunnels. They're not crazy about using that aerial bridge from Montgomery Hills to the station. I've walked it a few times. I've never seen anybody else use it. I don't think they'll be wanting to use a tunnel, and which leads to questions about who's going to police and control this thing. At a minimum, the fare card station should be put at the opening of the tunnel. The pedestrian comfort level map needs some review. It shows Arthur Avenue as a public way. It's not, even though I thought it was for many years. It's private property owned by that new development, which I testified against also too. It's not a throughway. It also seems to show Streets of Americana Finmark as passageways. It's not, that's private property, no trespassing, it's gated. Is that my time? Okay.
And then you can finish up.
Yeah, so I have a question, who's going to police and maintain this tunnel, especially with the kink? There's no clear sightways. And this thing should not be used as a prelude to increased development in the area. I testified against the long proposed 2 12-story Trump-like towers that were proposed for the area. I think that's been fully turned down. And why you would cite the Sienna School, that's 3/4 of a mile away as somebody's going to be using this thing with no sidewalks to get to it. I mean, if anything, you would cite to Montgomery Hills with the businesses to get to the station. So maybe the tunnel is needed, but I think it's a very expensive proposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Madeline Dwyer Sheriff.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Dwyer Sheriff. I'm really grateful to be speaking here today about the Forest Glen Passageway Project and express my strong belief that this project should begin without any further delay. I have some prepared remarks, but after this presentation, I just wanted to share a few observations as someone who uses the station every single day. I cross from the northeast side, so I cross Georgia Avenue every single day on my way to access the Forest Glen Metro Station. And what I want to emphasize is that when you cross the road, what you were saying was absolutely true. The entrance is very strange. You have to go all the way down to turn around and then go all the way back to enter those turnstiles if you're on the east side, or I guess on the north side of the east side of Georgia Avenue. What a lot of people end up doing is crossing Forest Glen Road to get to that stairwell, which I will agree floods all the time, every single time it rains. So those are just a couple of things that I wanted to note from that. So to get to my prepared testimony, I've lived in the Forest Grove neighborhood since September 2022. But I've lived in Montgomery County for almost my entire life, and I have, interestingly, always managed to live near neighborhoods that are very close to Georgia Avenue, from right down here on Grandview to Olney to downtown Silver Spring. So I have quite a lot of experience crossing Georgia Avenue. I'll be the first one to state the obvious. Crossing Georgia Avenue anywhere is a pretty perilous endeavor. But what I'm hoping to convey to the board today is that this crossing is significantly more dangerous, and it's caused me a lot more stress and alarm than any of the other crossings I've experienced. By way of example, I myself have almost been hit on 4 separate occasions while crossing in just the past 2.5 years that I have been crossing to access the metro. Each of these instances were times when I was in the crosswalk with the crossing walk sign on. To be blunt, I'm extremely concerned about this happening more frequently now that I, like many other federal employees, are going to the office every single day instead of 2 days a week. Anecdotally, I can certainly say it looks like there's a lot more commuters every single day from my experience. I'm not sure why this intersection is so stressful. It could be its proximity to the Beltway or the metro entrance or something else entirely, but I firmly believe that the Forest Glen Passageway Project is essential to addressing this urgent safety risk while facilitating many of the other important goals and priorities of this board, like improving transportation alternatives to cars by allowing more residents to safely access the Forest Glen Metro Station, and in turn, improving the quality of life for countless Montgomery County residents. However, to me, as stated, the most important aspect of this project is the opportunity to effectively address this urgent safety situation, which I believe is actively getting worse with more and more workers commuting in and out of the city every day, both by car on Georgia Avenue itself and on foot crossing Georgia Avenue to access the metro. This is why I implore the members of this board to take all steps possible to have construction start on this essential project in 2027, if not sooner. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for coming out today. It's a really appreciate, it shows your commitment to public testimony. So next is Britt Gordon McKeon.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I don't have any sort of fancy prepared testimony. I just wanted to, I frankly, and I think most of us in our I live in the neighborhood on the east side of Georgia that's sort of closest to the metro, who I think, were kind of natural users of the metro, and the kind of lack of a safe crossing has really sort of seriously hampered that. And so I just wanted to both express sort of my personal support for the project as a whole, for construction happening as soon as possible. Also I've kind of heard that there might be some sort of information going around that the level of support from our community for this project has dropped. I have not told everybody, but I don't think that's true. I think there's been an assumption that, the project was passed, it was safe, it was, these things take a long time to go, but that it's sort of like plugging along and right on schedule to happen when it was supposed to happen. And so people have sort of tuned out. But I would, I believe there's just as strong support as there ever was, if not more, in our neighborhood. I, as has been said, it's, a really scary intersection to cross across. I think that our neighborhood right across the way, should be heavy users of that metro station, and some people do. But I think there's a lot more people driving cars on the road than would otherwise be if there was a safe way to get through. I do cross to use the metro sometimes, and did it sort of other in past years more frequently. I would never let my kids cross alone as they get to that age, but I would like to be able to sort of rely on public transportation. I think, I strongly support the county moving towards as much transit, linked and oriented development as possible, to increase the use of public transit, and decrease the use of cars. And our area has tremendous potential for that. But without this, without safer access to the metro, it's really sort of artificially hampered. As far as sort of the specific kind of changes that were discussed, I will admit I don't actually fully understand the process. It sounds like what's going on today is sort of supporting those changes, which they all sound good to me. There's a whole bunch of accessibility issues, as was pointed out. That's absolutely correct. So I support those changes, although I also, if making those changes would risk this project moving forward quickly at all, I would be like, we need to, it's really bad. We need to get something. And so if making these sort of tweaks would slow things down or risk us getting it all, I would be concerned about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Aaron Davis. I don't see Aaron. Why don't we go with Matthew Griffin, and we'll come back to Aaron if he pops up. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Griffin. I am also a resident of the Forest Estate, Forest Glen neighborhood there on the northeast side of the Georgia Avenue, Forest Glen Road intersection. I work in downtown DC, and I'm an avid user of the Forest Glen Metro Station as well. And I'm rising in support of moving this project along as quickly as possible. I understood that construction was expected to start sometime in FY 227. That may be pushing back. I would really encourage this project to stay on schedule as much as possible. I don't really have prepared remarks besides that, but I appreciated the presentation that the planning the planning department gave prior to the public comment here. I would note that if you have not been at that intersection, as it has been said, it can be a scary intersection to cross the road. The sidewalks butt right up against the main transit lanes. There's been some speed cameras have been put in north of Forest Glen Road on Georgia Avenue, and that has slowed traffic a little bit, but it still can feel quite scary to even walk along the sidewalks on the side of Georgia Road or Georgia Avenue. I also have young kids and would love to, we use the metro, but we end up usually driving over to the Forest Glen parking lot because I just don't want to walk out of the neighborhood with them and make that crossing at the intersection there. So I would, if you haven't been to that intersection and have a chance to drive by, I really would encourage you to take a look. The current stairwell floods frequently. WMATA has done their best to upkeep some of the bushes and trees around there, but if you exit late in the evening, it can also feel a little bit perilous. It can be dark, and I think a lot of the proposed changes, not just with the passageway, but the new access point there above the station, would make it a much more welcoming station, and I think would encourage the use of it by all the folks who live in the surrounding area. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate everything that you all have done. I'm also an avid cyclist and have really appreciated the effort to make cycling safer in the county. If we can't move quicker on this passageway project, I would really encourage some closer look at the sidewalk access along Forest Glen Road on both the east and west side, because it's not great right now. And I think there's probably hopefully some simpler things that could be done to make that safer. So again, thank you for your time, and appreciate you allowing me to comment.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is Aaron Davis available? Okay. So well, thanks everyone for testifying. And would MCDOT like to make any comments, questions?
This is Rebecca Park, Transportation Engineering Unit Manager. We did look at these recommendations, the 3 recommendations, and I mean, we'll certainly go back and revisit, but I have RK&K, the consultant design engineers here, that could explain why addressing first 2 comments might not be feasible. I mean, we'll certainly go back, but we did look at the possible solutions. Donnie, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. So Donnie Tusing, design manager for RK&K. Yes, I mean, like Rebecca said, we can certainly take a look at them. A couple of challenges, I think, are, I think if we were to rotate the elevator shaft, as noted, we'd then be forced to relocate or kind of relay out the service rooms and the stairwell from the passageway level up to the mezzanine level. There's a 20-foot min queuing distance in front of the elevators, so if you think about the elevators opening doors at the passageway level, then you couldn't have anything for 20 feet in front of them, basically, to have a lobby waiting area. So I think the service rooms may push too far north, and the stair kind of needs to stay where it is. In the street level, or right underneath the sidewalk, there is an existing Pepco line. There's a proposed storm drainage line from SHA's contract, and there's also an existing 6-inch gas line. So the stairs are the only item that fits kind of within that space as it ramps down into the lobby area. So we can take a look at it, but it may be hard to shuffle all those elements around in order to actually get it to fit the way with the space that we have.
What about, so what had you planned to do about the getting wet and, like the water?
So WMATA, basically we're following WMATA's design standards, and WMATA has a lot of good details for waterproofing. They have water stops in all their joints, so expansion, contraction, construction joints. So we would basically follow all of WMATA's waterproofing details. They kind of have a kind of a belt and suspender system. I'm not saying it's perfect, but we would definitely have a lot of waterproofing around the perimeter of the passageway and the lobby area.
There's no canopies or something they can put up above the existing, or? I
I'm
thought
sorry,
we were talking about water.
You mean the stair, existing
The
stair?
stair, yeah.
Oh, yeah, so the existing, so I was kind of speaking towards the first comment first, I apologize. We can look at the stair comment. I think these comments are kind of tied together. So if the first comment was to be considered, it would kind of involve a complete reconsideration of how the plaza is laid out. So it may prohibit the stair from being reconfigured, but there might be enough room to accommodate the stair comment with the way the existing side paths are laid out. So we have to just look at the topography to see how much distance is required to make that work. There is an existing pump room at the base of the stair. Now, it was mentioned that obviously that it floods pretty frequently, so my guess is that the pumps either don't work or they're clogged up or what have you. But we definitely can consider the stair comment and making it a little bit more user-friendly, more visible.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not gonna, so let me just say this. Big picture, I'm very supportive of this passageway. It's unfortunate that there's those constraints in Georgia Avenue that make you have to, turn and then go upstairs or take the elevator to meet this. So but yes, overall, I'm very supportive of this. I'm also, if you can work, and I'm supportive of what staff put out there, is trying to put the, making these on the surface near Forest Glen, making an area so it's safer, so the grassed area and then the buffer and then the 11-foot in the sidewalks and bikeways, whatever are there, that's all great. I feel like too, and also I think people will also take the metro if it's more inviting, right? If they feel that this, it's not an inviting place, then I think you probably have less usage. And I think there will be more development. They're talking about development about the Kiss and Ride area, so and we want more usage. And then on the east side there along Georgia Avenue, there are going to be some newer developments sooner or later. So I foresee a lot of usage, and so this passageway would also be good not only for the existing residents but for future residents. So I'm all in for this passageway. So other board members, any questions or
Mr.
comments?
Chair, I just wanted to provide some additional information. One of the commenters mentioned about the cost. So this project is budgeted in the county CIP. It's approximately $45 million. It is scheduled to be constructed in a 3-year period from 27 to 30, at least according to the one I see, but I think there's another story.
Yeah, there's more to that. So,
More costs?
well, the cost will go up. I mean, this $45 million that was put together 2 years ago with the inflation and other factors need to be considered. And so the construction costs will drive up the total project cost. Currently we only have a funding to bring this project up to 35% design, which is where we are right now. We do not have any funding beyond that. So we are preparing the budget together for the next CIP cycle. So for that, we'll be asking for funding for final design, utility, relocations, land, and construction for everything that we will need to complete this project, and that would have to go through county executive and county council's approval.
Right. So it'll be in the fiscal year 27 budget.
Right, fiscal year 27, calendar year starting July 1st, 2026.
Great, thank you. So other comments and questions from the board?
Thank you for your presentation. This needs to get constructed as soon as possible. I've driven down this intersection many times, and the testimony of Ms. Dwyer is real, and we're fortunate enough that we have a resident that could come in and testify as to the precarious and dangerous nature of the intersection. I'm excited about this project, but unfortunately, it's going to take a while to get built, but it is a project that I think needs priority. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I will mention that, the dangerous intersection, SHA will be making improvements to this as part of the Montgomery Hills project when that gets built. And one of the things that it is providing is a southbound left turn lane full-time. so that people can actually get to the hospital and get to the neighborhood from the north, which is a great improvement to this intersection and badly needed. A lot of near misses now occur due to these intermittent left turn lanes in both directions. And I think with the improvements in the northbound direction, left turns would be prohibited 100% of the time, which again, from a safety perspective, makes sense.
There is an additional comment. I would have liked to have heard from Mr. Eli Glazer with regards to the pedestrian master plan and how this fits into it. And his insight would have been well appreciated on this also.
We do typically coordinate with all of the staff members. Even if the person fronting the show here is not Eli, we've coordinated with them.
Just in addition to supplement the presentation, that's all.
So Commissioners Hedrick and Linden, any comments, questions?
Just a second, what Commissioner Bartley said, it's needed sooner rather than later. We got to get, if this one has got some excess capacity that we could be using, I think, and this will help considerably to, open up that excess capacity. So let's do it.
Can I add, and you maybe get a little bit of clarification from what Ms. Park said. So there is no funding in the latest round update to the CIP. There is no funding in the 6-year CIP currently to move this project forward at all. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's, the numbers that you see are assuming that we have a funding in place, but right now we do not have a funding.
Right. And then when you talked about the upcoming CIP cycle, just for clarification there, that FY27 cycle is kind of starting now, and the council will approve that new 6-year CIP next spring. If they do put funding in for this, it's not a guarantee that it would be in the first year or two of the CIP. It could be something that's funded several years out. So just wanted to make sure when we're talking about FY27, I want to set correct expectations here that there's no expectation at the moment that there's going to be funding in FY27 to move this forward. It's with the next FY27
just some
CIP.
quick clarifications. I just got the updated budget from council staff. There is construction funding, from what I understand, in FY30.
Yeah, but
yes, that
we
is
do
not
have to get
FY27.
approval
Right.
from the
That's
county
the
council.
earliest currently that we have
And
any funding.
And just to clarify, that's for construction funding. There is existing funding for continuing or finishing the design?
No, we don't.
No, okay,
We don't.
that was the thing.
We do not have a funding for final design.
Okay, for final design is the, okay.
And I think that's sort of a cautionary note for anyone who's following CIP projects, is that the 2 years that are at the beginning of the budget cycle, those are set in stone. Everything else are pretty much projections. And so if you want to make sure that that project keeps on schedule and gets constructed, you need to stay involved and follow it,
Right.
beyond that time.
Right, so to be clear, we're not talking about. Right now, we're talking about this mandatory referral to send with comments, okay? All right, so don't worry. Okay.
We're not slowing anything down.
Okay, are you, Mr. Linden?
Yeah, that was a really helpful clarification because I think it creates a little bit of an opportunity for us to maybe add a comment, assuming that it sounds like we're moving in the direction of supporting this, obviously, to perhaps include a comment about urging MCDOT in their conversation with the executive, of course, to prioritize getting to 100% design in the early years of the next CIP. And then, following that, of course, moving up the construction funding, assuming that design can happen soon, moving up the construction funding before 2030, because I think the urgency of this is clear. The intersection is a problem, as has been talked about. This is by far the worst metro station in the system. I don't think there's much question about that for all the reasons that have been talked about. And we really need to improve access. This will dramatically improve access to existing residents, to future residents, especially if 9801, moves forward on the east side. If other redevelopments happen on the west side and elsewhere, this will be an enormous improvement to everyone. And so maybe there's an opportunity for us to include comments about prioritization CIP funding in the next cycle. And beyond that, I mean, I think that staff's comments are largely great and right on point. I support the improvements on the southwest quadrant side in particular for all the reasons that have been stated. I think I understand MCDOT's point that perhaps there's some constraints, particularly with rotating the elevator and maybe relocating the stairway. Appreciate any efforts that you all can make in at least exploring those questions to see what might be possible. If relocating the stairwell is not possible, very strongly support dramatically improving the wayfinding, of course, the visibility at the entrance, and just generally making that existing entrance much more inviting and feeling safer for everyone, and as accessible as possible given the constraints. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for that, even if we can't relocate to a different to face kind of the southwest corner of, or the northwest corner of those two streets. So my only question, this has been covered a little bit, I just wanted to clarify quickly. The existing medical center, which is through preliminary and I think site plan, and I understand there may be questions about when or if that may move forward at this point. But obviously that preliminary site plan factored in this future entrance. And I was just curious, to the extent that we understand the design currently, does this design mesh with the approved preliminary and site plan in terms of the arrangement, orientation, citing other elements? Was that part of our internal review, and did that kind of pass muster?
Yes, it does jibe with I guess I would say the circulation and geometric improvements that were approved as part of 9801. And so, as part of that, our conclusion was to offer no additional comments. Certainly if this site were to, 9801 were to develop as something else, that would, open everything up. But, the design as proposed, there are a few elements that are, I would say, slightly substandard. Certainly, there's a sidewalk proposed that doesn't have a street buffer. There could be modifications to maybe move the street buffer from the adjacent to the stairway to along the street. I mean, there could be some slight changes that wouldn't involve moving the curb. But in general, the location of the facilities are, we sort of view it as pretty much set.
Got it. Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay.
So yeah, no other comments or questions on my end. Great project.
Yeah. So I support what you said, Commissioner Linden, about putting in comments about prioritization of funding for the design, and then pushing to to have the construction done sooner than later. And what you said about design is really important. If you don't have the design done, if there are opportunities for federal funding coming up sooner, like a lot of things, it's like if there is money down the road, it's based on who's first in the queue. Like, is your project designed? I know from my development background, sometimes you have to put out some money earlier on to get your project done, get it fully designed so you can be more agile when there is fully funding to get it constructed. So I really would push, that's a great suggestion, to push to ask council to get the funding for the design done as quickly as possible, right? It's really, really important, because if the money comes later, you have to finish the design and all of those stuff, it just takes longer, and you see the community wants, and we want this project to happen as quickly as possible. So
yeah. I will mention that this project has experienced delays in moving forward, largely because of the lack of a dedicated funding source, or even priorities, differences between the county executive and the county council. And every time the CIP is updated, either the funding source changes or who would be responsible for it has changed from, WMATA would do it, we'd get a big federal funding to go do it, to we'll do it with county funds. So having a strategy to get it done, when you still haven't determined all that consistently, that's another roadblock to, meeting the timeline.
Okay, so,
And
oh,
can
go
I
ahead.
just have one more?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Artie. Can I just have one more point? I think that it's in terms of sort of pushing for this prioritization. I think it may be helpful to mention that projects like this, but this project in particular, I truly believe, in response to maybe one thing we heard earlier, I do think there's tremendous bang for the buck with this project in terms of its ability to check many different boxes of goals that we have in the community here, but also in the county. It improves accessibility on several fronts. It addresses pedestrian safety, as we've talked about. It's a low-cost way of driving better ridership on existing transit rather than paying for new system or other services elsewhere. So I think there's a lot kind of in favor of really diving in to this project and prioritizing with funding and expecting a great level of return on the other end. And of course, we know Georgia Ave, one of the premier corridors we have, a lot of development expected in the future. There's some existing development that's going to open up soon, or actually in the next few days. Some of the apartments that are opening up just north of this. And as we do more corridor planning, this kind of project has tremendous value, and I think that should be expressed in those terms when we think about funding, because there is great bang for the buck with these kinds of projects.
Wonderfully said. So do I have, I'd like to vote on this now. Do I have a motion for staff to send comments, to give comments to the Department of Transportation on this mandatory referral, and in addition, the comments that they provided in here, approval with comments, and then also to express our desire for prioritization of the funding for complete the design, and also for our construction funds as soon as possible, okay? And in this next CIP, okay? As early as possible in the next CIP, okay?
I'll move to approve transmittal of comments to the Department of Transportation, including those additional comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you for bringing this project to us, and we appreciate you guys moving it forward as quickly as possible. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with the next item, item number 13, Bloom MV Site Plan Amendment and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 13, Bloom MV Site Plan Amendment and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Emily Tettelbaum from the Planning Department providing this oversight. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Planning Board members. For the record, I'm Emily Tettelbaum with the Mid-County Division, here to present Bloom MV Site Plan Amendment number 8/2017-013F and Forest Conservation Plan number F/2024-0970. We are recommending approval of the site plan amendment and forest conservation plan with the conditions in the staff report. And so here on the left, you can see the county map with a red star that represents the approximate location of Montgomery Village, where this project is located. And then this map on the right shows the project limits in red. This project is located roughly in the center of Montgomery Village, and it is surrounded by a variety of residential uses, including detached houses, townhouses, and condos. Shopping centers, schools, and parks are also located nearby. So here's a closer look at the property itself. It's outlined in white here. It is approximately 147 acres and on the site of the former Montgomery Village Golf Course. A portion of the property, about 26 acres, is in the CRN zone, while the remaining 120 acres are located in the TLD Townhouse Low Density Zone, and the entire property is within the Montgomery Village Overlay Zone and the 2016 Montgomery Village Master Plan Area. The property is bisected by a PEPCO right-of-way, you can see right here, and the site has a bunch of environmental features in the middle, including a portion of the Cabin Branch Stream, approximately 70 acres of stream buffer, as well as areas of floodplain and steep slopes. So a site plan and preliminary plan for this project was originally approved in 2017 to allow 494 dwelling units. The plan has been amended 5 times for various modifications that include increasing the unit count to 514 dwelling units and increasing the percentage of MPDUs to 25% across the majority of the project. So this is a look at what is constructed so far in the project. Approximately 83% of the homes have been completed. The homes in areas 1, 3, 5, and 6. So that's 1, 3, 1, 3, 5, and 6 are complete. And then area 4 is almost complete up here. And then area 2 is currently under construction, including the extension of Stewarttown Road here. So you can see here what part of Stewarttown Road has been constructed. There's a connection currently to Montgomery Village Park on this side of Stewarttown Road, and then it's been constructed from Watkins Mill Road to approximately this location, and then the dotted line will be constructed in a future phase to connect the 2 different parts of the road. The Montgomery Village Park has also been completed and conveyed to the Montgomery Village Foundation, and the park is right here. So the applicant is requesting the following changes to the site plan and forest conservation plan with the applications before you today. They're requesting an update in the timing for the completion of the Montgomery Village Park Community Garden. That's the one part of the park that has not been completed. Update in timing for completion of the Area 6 path and the forest planting. The applicant is also requesting flexibility in the width of the Area 6 path. Changes to conditions of approval are necessary to make these modifications. And I will describe each change in a little bit more detail. So this diagram shows Stewarttown Road and the community garden. The future community garden is shown here in blue. And so the applicant plans to complete the community garden once Stewarttown Road has been built along this frontage right here, once this dashed blue line has been completed and opened as a road. And the associated parking and trail connections can be built to the community garden. This section of Stewarttown Road has posed some challenges because of permit approvals causing delays in the construction of this road and the community garden. The permitting has been complicated by features that the road has to cross, including this Pepco right-of-way right here, and a stream and 2 floodplains. So to accommodate the construction phasing and ensure access to the community garden, the road needs to be completed and opened before the community garden can be completed and opened. Moving on to the Area 6 path. So one condition of approval requires a shared use path between Montgomery Village Avenue, which is right here, and Soul Place, which is right here, because there's no sidewalk because of environmental constraints along the section of Stewarttown Road. And so the path has already been constructed within the 2 neighborhoods here, but the section that connects them across the stream needs to be resurfaced to complete this connection. So if the applicant is asking for more time to complete this connection and some flexibility in the width of this path. It's currently conditioned at 10 feet, but this part of the path is an old golf cart path, and so rather than expanding portions of it within an environmental area, we have worked with the applicant, and they are just going to resurface the path and keep it the same width, which varies between about 5 and 10 feet, and it will not increase the limits of disturbance at all within this area. And moving on to forest conservation, the applicant's requesting to amend conditions of approval to finalize the forest planting, and except for the conditions of approval, there are no other changes to the approved final forest conservation plan, just the conditions. So we have received phone calls and email correspondence from residents and neighbors expressing concerns about various aspects of this project. The concerns are summarized in this slide, and I'll briefly address each one of them. First, we have heard concerns that the planning board should not allow any delays in the construction of infrastructure for this project. But it's important to note that this is a very large and very complex project. So changes to construction phasing are not at all unusual. They're fairly common for a development of this scale. So we think that the changes in conditions to modify the timing of the certain infrastructure elements is warranted here. Staff has also heard about general traffic and parking concerns in the area, but this amendment does not propose any changes to road design or parking. We've also heard concern about removal of mature native trees for forest planting, and we've coordinated closely with the forest conservation inspector who's working closely with the developer to remove invasive species excuse me, invasive species and retain existing native trees. So the existing native trees will be retained and incorporated into the forest plantings. The forest will be planted around the existing native trees. And finally, you've probably seen the correspondence from a few residents about the removal of a path connecting the Hawthorne neighborhood to the Montgomery Village Park. And I have some slides that show this. So that connection is actually right here on the map, and this was included in the original approval, in addition to some other paths that are circled here that were removed from the site plan without staff realizing it, and neither the planning board or the planning director approved it. The neighbors also did not realize this, so I'm actually really grateful that the neighbors reached out to us to point this out. So we have conditioned this approval on adding these paths back to the plan. You can see here, this was how it was approved, and this is how it is shown now. So those paths will be added back, and we've also added a condition about the construction of those paths before the final occupancy of the project. And we do have one modification to a condition of approval. It's condition number 26, and it's about the paths that I just showed you. We want to add in a little bit of flexibility because these paths are in environmentally constrained areas, and some of them might be difficult to build exactly as they're shown. We're offering some flexibility in this modified condition to move them to an equivalent location that's not exactly where they're shown with our approval. So with that, the application satisfied all the applicable findings of the zoning ordinance and the forest conservation law, and staff recommends approval with conditions as modified in this presentation of both of the applications. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon, Joshua Sloan with VICA. Online, we have a representative from Monument, AJ Luce, with me. We have representatives from Ryan Homes, the builder of the houses at the location. Directly to my left, Lisa McCullen, and further to my left, Angela Demitis. So I wanted to go over a couple things. This is all about getting permits for the homes that are currently under contract and that we're trying to wrap up this construction as quickly as possible. We initially started this project in 2015 when the master plan was underway for the area, and we've been working on this project for 10 years. 2017 was our initial submission. At that time, we did our best to forecast what we would be building when and how long it would take. As Emily noted, things have changed. Some things were more difficult. Some things did not go quite as planned. In particular, Stewarttown Road construction with the 2 stream crossings, adjustments to FEMA maps, everything that goes along with them, including a relocation of culverts under the road. Those culverts are now constructed, and we have gotten approval to finish a next section of Stewarttown Road. We've gotten approval for this actually twice before, but as soon as we got approval, it rained and we had to wait for the base to set again so that we could retest it, get the approval, and get the grading in. So it is the intent of the applicant to finish all of these elements as quickly as possible. Just to run through a couple things that we're discussing in these conditions. So the community garden is placed to the east of the PEPCO right-of-way. There is significant grading that we needed to coordinate with PEPCO for what they allow under major transmission lines. We've got those coordinations, we have this completed, we have the approvals to move forward. But that road grade changes enough from existing grade that until that road is built, we don't have the existing grade for the community garden to be established because it relies on the regrading of that whole area. It also has stormwater, it has parking, it has an ADA compliant parking space, and the community garden itself has to be ADA compliant. So building it before that road is constructed is not something that we can do. It would sit in the middle of nowhere on a little knoll and not be accessible. Right now, we've got the recommended condition of 200 where we have to complete the Area 6 path repaving before the 270th permit. We thought that would be, we thought that timing would work. We're actually requesting that that be changed to the 290th permit. We have 3 sticks of townhouses in Area 2B, which is the east side of Area 2, and 2 detached homes that are currently sold and under contract, and we're trying to get the building permits pulled so that when the road is constructed, those houses can start construction, the community garden can go in. We anticipate that the Area 6 path will be completed within a month or so, but not within the next 2 weeks, which is what we'd be up against right now. So that is a change to one of the conditions that staff's recommended, changing the 270th permit to the 290th. 2 of those sticks of townhomes are 100% MPDUs, 1 stick is market rate, and the detached homes are market rate. But we're hoping that that minor delay in the approval of the Area 6 path is acceptable as one further change not noted right now in the staff report or presentation. So that's the community garden. On the forest conservation, we do accept the condition. We are basically going to complete all of our forest conservation planting within that Stream Valley buffer area by the end of the year. And so that'll be ahead of schedule for 2 of the areas and bring us up to speed on all the others. So that's a significant replanting. I do want to reassure the community that we are not removing any native species that are in there. We worked carefully with the forest inspector, as Emily noted, to save those trees and work around them with the proper species and planting techniques so that we don't harm them. We want to take full advantage of the ecological services that are already provided by those trees and complement them with the new plantings that we're providing. So we're going to have a very busy planting fall to get all of these in. The path between Area 1, the townhomes, and Stewarttown Road in the park, that is something that we thought was clear in a previous amendment. We did have a delta on one plan, but not on another. And so hopefully this amendment cleans up that confusion. We never intended to take out any of the other paths that are proposed and will be built. We do like the flexibility to look at different locations because there's significant flooding in this area and along the stream. We had some safety concerns, which is why we originally wanted to remove it. This is all in a flood zone, and we've had 2 bridges wash out since we started the project. And we're concerned and thought that the existing sidewalk along Montgomery Village Avenue was sufficient. It provides access without having to cross any streets that you'd have to cross, that you wouldn't have to cross with a new path. But we'll look at options, accept the condition for now, and if we do have any specific concerns, we understand we would have to come back for an amendment. Although we'd really like to get this project done without any further amendments. We're very close. I think I covered everything. So there is that one request to change the one condition 7E, I think, to 290 building permits.
Could I ask you one question about that?
Yeah.
So the condition now is for the 470th
Oh, I'm sorry.
residential unit.
I keep saying 2 because I'm thinking of Area 2. 470 to 490
Okay, thank you.
in Area 2.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, to clarify, that would move, what we have in the staff report is moving from the 300th to the 470th unit. We're now moving from the 300th to the 490th unit. Is that correct, or am I?
So that's what is requested.
But
here,
it was being requested, it's changing that to just 490th unit rather than
Yes.
470th unit.
Yep.
Okay, that actually clarifies quite a bit, thank you.
Yeah, and there's one thing that we anticipated and understood under our forest conservation easement, that we were not going to necessarily have to repair that we could maintain existing paths. We've talked with staff and come to agreement that that's not what that intended, that it was not to keep and maintain existing paths, but it was to actually repave them. So that's why we had not gotten around to it. We'd also gotten past a DPS inspection who agreed with us, and now we're trying to correct that misinterpretation by the 3 different parties. I think that's it.
Are you done? Okay, great. So I should have gone to the public testimony. So we have three people this afternoon, and the first is Edwin Lyons, the second is Sylvia Lake, and the third is Joshua Seal. So Edwin, you have 6 minutes. Mr. Lyons.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, good afternoon. As the first homeowner elected to the Bloom Village HOA Board of Directors, I am pleased to represent the interests of over 450 homeowners. I had anticipated uploading excerpts from the Montgomery Planning final recommendations, but I know that Ms. Tettelbaum is present and others are present and may be familiar with this document. Not maybe, I know you guys are familiar with this document. That's what happens when you go off script. Okay, so anyway, the document I'm referring to is dated June 16, 2025. It's the final recommendations based on a statement of justification from the applicant. So for condition 7E, instead of the statement, prior to the issuance of the building permit for the 470th residential unit, which now I say it's 490, I guess, I recommend that by December 1st, 2025, or prior to the issuance of the building permit for the 490th residential unit, whichever comes first. The rationale behind this recommendation is the typical seasonal impacts, such as usage volume, which can reveal any necessary remediations to the path, and construction impacts. So I'm knowing that asphalt, concrete, some of those types of structures, if the ground is frozen, if there's heavy precipitation, you can't build them. So that would also delay it. So I walk these paths I live in the neighborhood. I walk these paths with my dog. I'm very familiar with those paths. And the nature trail, the applicant did an excellent job. It really looks good. However, I think it's going to need more than resurfacing. So I think we're going to be coming back looking at another amendment. But I'm surprised that what I just heard from the applicant's representative, that they thought that they were going to just be able to resurface some of those trails, because those things would have been in disrepair a long time. I'm from the Montgomery County area, and that stuff has been overgrown for eons, even before the applicant started building on it. But anyway, that's on that condition. So condition number 7, instead of the statement, prior to final inspection of the final dwelling unit in the project, the community garden in the Montgomery Village Foundation Park must be completed. Instead of statement number 7G, once again, I'm referring back to the final recommendation. I recommend that by May 1st or prior to final inspection of the final dwelling unit in the project, the community garden in the Montgomery Village Foundation Park must be completed. Rationale behind this is typical seasonal benefits of planning prior to May 1st. I was co-owner of a landscape business many years ago, and I know that you can't have an extensive amount of plants in dead heat of summer like it is now. Try planting new plants now. It's just going to be a waste of time, and the homeowners won't get the benefit of being able to see their community garden. So those really are the two changes that I recommend added to the staff recommendations for whatever they're worth. Okay, and I also want to state that homeowners have waited since 2021. Originally, 494 homes and now 514. So if we were on the original schedule, a lot of this was supposed to have been done by now. So when you ask for, additional leeway, it's kind of like, yeah, understood, but at the same time, if you had the original 495 homes, what would the situation be? So I would have thought that there would have been more progress on some of these items by this time. However, I looked at the statement of justification and I am very sympathetic to the applicant and see that the county requires a lot of information. They require a lot of approvals and a lot of documents. So, for those people who want to say, hey, the applicant needs to do this and do that, got to give the developer a break. Okay. Additionally, as a member of this HOA, a homeowner should be included in communication regarding amendments and key milestones in the project. So we are 83% or more, the applicant is 83% or more completed with the development, And this is the first time a homeowner has had an opportunity to present anything that has had an impact on the outcome of the overall plan as a HOA member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lyons. So we just had one quick question. So in 7E, what were your, I know 7G, you wanted to say, use May 1st, 2026 as a,
Yes, May 1st, 2026,
okay.
yes. Because I'm looking at the planning season. If you do
Yeah,
anything.
no, I get it, I get it. So, but in the 7E, what was your comment in 7E? I'm sorry. Again,
7E is,
where they had prior to
I
the,
said,
there's something.
yeah, by December 1st, 2025, or prior to the issuance of the building permit for the 490th residential unit. Because the way I'm looking at it is, what if all these houses get sold by tomorrow? Stewarttown Road won't be built. And so you're basing it, I think that in one, the statement of justification is waiting on permitting for, or some problems with getting Stewarttown Road built. Well, if you sell the houses and you have that as your target, as your metric, then you've already, hey, all the houses get, let's hypothetically, 3 months, all those houses get sold, you still won't be able to do the community garden. So that's why I'm saying that a date that aligns with the seasonal changes is more appropriate to add to it.
Great, thank you so much. Next is Sylvia Lake.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sylvia Lake. I am a resident and homeowner in an adjacent community called Maryland Place. I've been here since 2000 when I used to ski on the golf course, and I spend a lot of time down there, as do other homeowners, dog walking and enjoying the nature of the Cabin John Branch and its surrounds. You are very well aware it is a floodplain. It is interesting to me that it was fully approved because at least the area, and I don't know what number it is, but the one to the right of Montgomery Village that is behind Suicide Hill and down the hill from my residence is known as a pretty consistent floodplain. My comments are really just to address that I realize the approval has happened and that the moment has passed to perhaps deter any of these amendments. And I certainly wouldn't want to disagree with the community garden. I love the idea. However, knowing the areas I do ecologically, and knowing what it brings to the table as a biome for this local environment, I do want to just add and hopefully suggest some considerations. So the golf course trail, asphalt trail, does remain intact. It's definitely seen some wear, particularly as the recent construction has really impacted it. Its width is probably about 5 foot. I'm not sure if I've sent some pictures of areas that I see down there and that I walk regularly, and I know where the afforestation project plan is. I would just suggest and recommend that to the extent possible, to benefit from the already graded, sanded and prepared pathways that are there. They're adjacent to both sides of the Cabin John Branch, which is a river, one to the right, one to the left, or north and south, however you may see it. And they're extensive. These paths bore the little golf courts back and forth. And I remember you could join this golf course when I moved in. It's a very extensive network. And the placement is situated so that it is close enough for you to enjoy the existing nature. The stream is a really beautiful one, and it's reinforced with rocks and boulders so that hopefully it's not going anywhere. I also wanted to address the fact that I had heard that there was some talk of rerouting the stream, rerouting it through the 3 ponds that are there and setting a different course for the river. I don't see how that's even possible or cost effective, first of all? But I want to ask that question at the end, if you can address that question. I don't know which area it is that we're talking about, but the one that's to the right of Montgomery Village, I don't know what the number of that balloon plan is. I would just say leave the remaining ponds, the waterways, and certainly the vernal pools entirely intact. There is a vernal pool, so it's a place where species of vertebrate and microinvertebrates, all native ecology is born, right? It's a huge area. It's to the right of the homes that are on Stewarttown now and down the hill. It's a very large pond. I can hear peepers every spring and loudly from my house, which is a mile away, practically. You can tell that this is very important to the local ecology, and that if the EPA had anything to do with all of it, I would think they would want to preserve what is already being jeopardized by the change in the local ecology, because everything to the west or left of Montgomery Village is built out on a basically a what do you call that? Clear cut model. There's no longer any natural meadow or any natural tree. I mean, there's some trees in little pockets, but the majority, 80% of it is gone. When I read what it says in the development program, it talks about percentages of afforestation that go anywhere from 30 to like 6%. Question number 3 for me would be, when you speak of native species in the path between Area 1, native species may no longer even be present. I don't know. There's a beautiful beech tree. It is mammoth. There are many, many species of sycamore and oak. There's willow. I consider them native, but for all I know, at some point, some of these trees were invasive. I just want to make sure that we leave, to the extent able, leave all of the nature that is there that doesn't need to be mowed down for additional pathing or whatever it is that's proposed. As I said in my testimony, I know that those maples, pine, sycamore, etc., are there because the ecology works, right? It creates a biome that works for the species in this area.
Great, thank you.
Those are my only comments. Just to reiterate, I would like to just reiterate the 4 points. One would be use the existing path network to, add additional or enhance those paths, but keep what you have there. Do not remove any of the existing ponds, waterways, vernal pools, and don't interfere with them or disturb them if possible. And then leave the existing trees, which I heard you say certainly you're planning to do. But when I see those percentages of 20 and 30%, that would represent a lot of removal. Great. So what does that look like?
Yeah,
and then also
Ms. Lake,
not to reroute.
thank you. Thank you. We've gotten your 4 items. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next is Joshua Seal.
Hi. Going to share my screen 1 moment, please. Okay, 1 second. Can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. Please begin. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So my name is Josh Seal. I live in the affected community in Area 1, or Hawthorne is shown on this map. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner. And one of the major reasons that I bought my house here is the walkability, access to green space, and the connectivity to nature and community. This was also, of course, a major selling point for the developer, not only to customers like me, as you can see by this Ryan Homes advertising from February 2023 when I bought my home, but it was also to the city and the county. So after the developer bought the golf course that is now Bloom Village, they proposed many more walkways in this area that have since been slowly removed with each amendment. Originally, there was a connection from Hawthorne, where I live, directly to Redbud, as well as more recently removed the underground tunnel from Hawthorne to Wisteria. Now they have tried without proper notice to remove the final walking path connecting Area 1 to the rest of the neighborhood, and I find that personally unacceptable. So I want to, so this is a zoom in here. This is the final path we're talking about. We already discussed that they're trying to remove, or they proposed removing. And I want to begin here with deconstructing the developer's statement of justification a bit. So first of all, they claim that the existing pathway was damaged by flooding. My first question is, when did this alleged flooding occur? I can testify that I have regularly walked this path every few months since purchasing our home in February 2023. I was very excited about the path, kept checking to see for any signs that it was being built. And it is my testimony that there has been no major deterioration or even change in condition of this path since they were advertising the path in February 2023. So if the flooding ever occurred, it was before they advertised the path in February 2023. And from this, we can draw two conclusions. Either one, the developer failed to do their due diligence, or two, they are inventing flooding as a pretext for a cost-saving measure. Secondly, they claim here, as you can see in the second highlighted section, that there is no longer a stream crossing. That's blatantly false. I'll show photographic evidence in a moment. The bridge and stream crossing is in fact still intact today, and in similar condition to the bridge crossing in the stream in Area 6, where they are still building a pathway. Now, finally, they claim that this path is redundant. As I will show, the pathway that the developer is contractually obligated to build is not redundant. The existing sidewalk along the busy Montgomery Village Avenue is dangerously narrow for the increased foot traffic of the new development. I'll show you some photos in a moment. And it is not a reasonable alternative to their contractual obligations to build the footpath away from the road. Two people cannot pass each other on the sidewalk along Montgomery Village Avenue, much less a stroller or someone in a wheelchair. This creates a very dangerous situation along a very busy road. Okay, so this is the current state of the pathway. This is on the left, you see, taken a couple days ago. And I also witnessed the developer tear up and demolish the existing pathway on June 6th before this very hearing. They've acted with impunity and already thrown down grass seed as if this hearing is a mere formality. This is this existing pathway currently, as you can see, with the grass seed. A couple more photos further into the trees. This is the bridge, the existing stream crossing that still in fact exists. And I will show shortly it's in similar condition to the stream crossing along the pathway in Area 6 that is being built. This is the view of the bridge towards my community. This is them tearing up the existing pathway on June 6th. I also have a video of this. And so briefly, comparison to other pathways, this is the existing sidewalk along Montgomery Village Avenue, and it is not a reasonable, safe, or alternative path, alternative to this path that they're trying to remove. So finally, this is the stream crossing in Area 6. The bridge is in similar condition and apparently safe enough for the pathway there. And in summary, and based on the timeline that I've presented in this presentation, I believe reasonable people can see that the alleged flooding is not an instance of force majeure or an act of God, but it is rather a mere pretext for a cost-saving measure. I would urge the county to hold the developer accountable and ensure that they fulfill their contractual obligations to build a safe pathway through nature that they advertise in selling their homes and in making their handsome profit. I urge you to please put justice, safety, and the well-being of the people in the county before the profit of this private developer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's see if we can wrap this up. So what I heard was that the staff is working with the applicant to build the pathways that were shown on the plan. So that's one, right? Build the pathway shown on the plan. If that being said, if they, if there's some major constraint that they can't, staff is going to work with that applicant to put them where they can be put. Is that what I heard from the applicant? I mean, from staff?
Correct. So if the path that's shown on the plan right now in Area 1 can't be built for some reason, then we would like to see another path in this area that would provide a comparable connection.
And I just want to clarify on that path, that north to south path from the area 1 up to what would be the park, and just to clarify, would be the park or the community garden would be in that area as well, or is the community garden?
Yes.
Okay.
The community garden is right next to the park.
Would be right next to the park there.
Yes.
And the conditions under which it could not be built would be primarily environmental ones and permitting through Stream Valley, correct? Not
correct.
Necessarily practical issues of construction difficulty, but primarily environmental concerns with the
correct. And if
Stream Valley.
it can't be built for some reason, they will need to come back.
Okay, and they'll need to come back for an adjustment.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, great. So that solves that one. Okay, we're all, board members, we're all on board with that? You good? Okay, Mr. Lin, okay, so then.
And,
Okay,
sorry, one more question, Chair, just, that is reflected in the conditions and the language that's currently there, right? That there's enough in there for that to be specified within those conditions, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not quite as specific as I just, as what I just said, but I can put the condition on if you want to see it again.
Oh, I had them up just a second on my list. I just wanted to make sure that practically speaking, the conditions are written in such a way that that's what we're saying.
Right.
That's how it'll be interpreted. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, unless
It-
planning.
It may be, yeah, unless planning staff proves a equivalent alternate location in the similar area, right, or something. But it means nearby, correct?
Right. I mean, we can add some additional
Well, I
language if that would be
I
helpful,
want to
but
give you flexibility, but
Yeah.
the intent is in the general area of where it was.
yes, we want that connection between the Hawthorne neighborhood
Okay.
and the park.
Yeah.
I
So-
think that's very important.
Yeah, and I understand I think there was I had some difficulty following the correspondence plus just to make sure that knew where was what. But I understand the difference between a sidewalk going north to south on Montgomery Avenue is not equivalent to a pedestrian walkway. So as long as that's in there and staff has got the ability to negotiate for another pedestrian walkway, I'm good.
Okay, then the next one was this Area 6 shared use path along so what I understand is that staff was okay with it going along whatever the cart path.
The
whatever.
existing cart path,
And it may
yes.
not be 10 feet. In
Right.
some cases, it's 5 feet.
Right.
Okay, so I'm fine with that, too.
Yeah, and for that one, it was just flexibility on width and construction, right? The ability to put it in an
Right.
appropriate place and not disturb.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to mirror the existing cart path, which is wide enough for a golf cart. So,
I still can't get over the fact that I kept reading this and forgetting this used to be a golf course, and it's a very interesting way to go about it. But that's fine, like flexibility on the width is fine.
Yeah, and one
Can
second.
I ask just one question, though? There's a crosscut that goes right through the middle of Area 6 that is not
Excuse me,
existing
ma'am.
path, and
Ma'am,
it's already.
excuse me, ma'am, but we're saying the golf course cart, that was around the same, approximately what they were the same area where they were supposed to put the connection anyway, is that correct?
yes, it was one of the alternatives.
Yeah, the only thing we are changing is the width, correct?
I understand what you're saying, but what I see down there, and I wish I could show you these photos at this moment, is a crosscut that
Okay,
has.
ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, they're going to put it where they're supposed to put it. Right, so, and then is it only the width of the road? Is that the only difference that we're?
It's the width and the timing.
Yes.
And the time, okay.
And the timing on that one, yeah.
Are you okay with that, commissioners?
I'm fine with it. And just real quick, on the cart path,
I'm
it
sorry, but
will end
there's
up
a
being a pay.
part-
Ma'am, this is our time now, okay? Please, we heard you.
No, the other is the paving, the maintenance of the path, right? This will be not just the existing cart path being allowed to be maintained, but a fully sort of, like one of our mixed-use paths kind of thing. Is that correct, or am I getting that one wrong?
I'll let the applicant talk to exactly
Sure.
what
So
the situation
what we want to
is.
do is we want to use the existing width so that we don't have any further disturbance. There are other paths, like several people have noted, there are paths all over the
Yeah,
place.
yeah, yeah.
A lot of these paths have to be removed because they're being reforested. So
Yeah.
that's happening, and some are very close to the ones we're keeping. So we will use that area of the existing path that's shown as alternative 2 segment. We'll recreate the base
Yeah.
so that it has a solid base, and then pave it properly like a standard trail.
Okay, great. Just that's what I was making.
And I'd like to also try to get back to the timing and make sure that we're okay with the 490th.
Well, we're going to get to that.
Certainly way ahead of Mr. Lyons' timeframe. We're good on those fronts.
Okay, we're going to get to the timing, okay?
Yeah,
So
that's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay, and then, now going back to the other 7A and whatever, 7E.
Condition 7E,
Yeah, so this is the first time you're hearing the 790 to the 770?
the 470 to 490. Yes. which is, I mean, we don't have any objection to that. And if you all want to add a date in addition to that, we can, we can say prior to December 1st, 2025, or the issuance of the building permit for the 490th residential unit, whichever comes first, the applicant must construct. If you want to do that.
That's fine. But that's what I think that Mr. Lyons was also
Yes,
suggesting.
that is what he
Yeah.
requested.
Yeah, I mean, and as I think that the applicant would agree, I think the concern there is that the plantings be that they be survivable, and I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. I don't know if you guys have an issue with the date that specific of a date, but if you do want to avoid having to come in or there's another delay or something, I understand that.
I'm Lisa McCulley, market manager with Ryan Homes. Just to speak to that, we'll hit the 490 well ahead of the December date.
Well
I
ahead
don't
of
have an
that.
issue with the date, and I think the concern was to your point, the planting and the right season
Yeah.
to do that. Just so everybody is aware, we have 20 homes sold beyond the 470 right now that we have customers that are impacted.
They're
if we
pre-sold
can't-
and not,
if
yeah,
we
okay,
can't
gotcha.
start their homes. So a little bit of the why behind why we're asking for some timing is because we are anxious to get our customers' homes started, not for us as much as our homeowners who have purchased and are anxiously waiting to get into their homes sooner
And you
rather than
said those
later.
were the MPDUs?
11 of those are MPDUs, and then the balance of that 20 is a combination of a couple of single-family homes and market-rate townhomes.
Okay. Okay, I have no problem with when to get the houses going. It's important. You've sold them. I'm fine with the changing from 470 to 490, or the other.
If the staff doesn't have a problem with it, I don't, and the only other thing is, the maximizing the survivability of the plantings is fine, but if you guys have that well under control, I think that's fine.
Well, just to clarify, so this condition is about constructing the path in Area 6.
Yeah.
Condition 7E.
Correct. Go
I
back,
thought
can you
that-
go
or
back
maybe
to
it
your,
was G
go
that
back
was
to
in
the, where are the conditions? Can you go?
I don't have this condition up on the screen.
It's
condition
actually
7E on
Yeah.
page
3.
of the staff report.
Or 3 on the page number.
So it's that first modified condition.
Okay, 70, yep. So it's the 400, instead of 470, it's 490th unit. The applicant must,
And do you want to add the date or?
yes, yes.
Okay. So it'll be prior to December 1st, 2025, or the issuance of the building permit for the 490th residential unit, whichever comes first.
Right, but I also thought the planting in 7G was about final inspection.
That was the other one with planting, I think.
So,
G.
right, so Mr. Lyons also requested that condition number 7G be modified to add a date, I believe May 1st, 2026. So,
Yeah, they didn't want it planted this year. They want it planted.
I mean, what I was planning, if this is what the board wants to do, is to change the condition to read by May 1st, 2026, or prior to final inspection of the final dwelling unit in the project, whichever comes first, the community garden in the park must be completed.
I'm good with that.
If the applicant's fine with it, I'm good with it, yeah.
I'm not sure that totally addresses his issue of planting at the right time of the year, though. I think that was his concern. That's
true.
I don't know, Josh, do
So
you-
all of these things are construction issues. They don't impact planting at all. The planting for the forest still has to be done in the fall, and it will be done in areas that are not impacted by either of these construction elements. So I was a little confused by the statement.
Yeah, I think he was talking, what is the right time to plant those?
Are you talking about planting the community gardens?
Yeah.
Well,
Gardens
so
whenever anybody wants.
all we're
Right.
doing is providing the beds.
Right.
And then Montgomery Village Foundation will rent those spaces out to people to garden in.
Okay, I misunderstood. And then any plantings that they're required under the forest conservation.
So the plantings there's no proposed change to that condition, which would be, let's see. Um, Sorry, just give me one moment. Oh, page 5, okay. So that deadline is December 31st, 2025, so by the end of the year.
And
Which
that's, sorry,
should
just
occur
to-
in the fall.
yeah. For those that are following on the staff report, it's page 5, and that's condition 2F listed. Is that right?
Condition 2E, actually, on page
2E?
5.
Okay, thank you.
2E.
But there's no change. It doesn't sound like we're changing that condition.
I know 2F. Okay.
2F? 2F, sorry. Oh, they have the same dates, but sorry. Sorry, 2F on page 5.
Okay, great. And that's fine to plant in the fall. Great.
Yes, we definitely don't want the planting to
Now,
happen in
right.
the middle of the summer.
Yeah, okay, great. So nothing then needs to be changed to the, what, the
2E and 2F.
2E?
Right.
Two- Okay, so now, so you want to go over again what we're going to change to?
Sure, so condition 7E, we would change to prior to the issuance of the building permit for the 490th residential unit or December 1st, 2025, whichever comes first, the applicant must construct an 8-foot wide shared use path between Montgomery Village Avenue and Soul Place in Area 6. And
Great.
yeah. And condition 7G, these conditions are both on page 3, would read by May 1st, 2026, or prior to final inspection of the final dwelling unit in the project, whichever comes first, the community garden in the park must be completed. And then condition 26 is actually on a slide. Right
Yeah,
here.
there was, yeah.
And that's on page 4 of the staff report for anybody following along.
Okay,
We've got somebody's,
okay. Pedestrian trails or locations, blah, 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 unless, and then with your, yeah, unless planning staff. Okay, great. So, planning board members, are you in agreement with those conditions?
yeah, I think that's
Okay,
good. I mean,
okay.
I understand the folks' testimony for wanting both, like, the preservation of the plants and having them be, viable, and then for completing the pedestrian walkway, as long as we're getting that we need to, then yeah, I'm fine with those conditions.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve, let me just have it go here, the site plan amendment number 8/2017-013F, where staff's recommending approval with approval of conditions and modifications that we just discussed.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan amendment with conditions and updated conditions discussed here.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. And the next is, do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0970, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan amendment with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Please get this project completed as.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going
Build
to
some houses.
take just a 1-minute break and then go to our last item, which is item number 14, Polo Club Estates Preliminary Plan Amendment, number 1202091A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of today. It's item 14, Polo Club Estates Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1, 2002-091A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Ugo Njeze presenting this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ugana Njeze with the Up County Planning Division, presenting Polo Club Estates Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 120020991A. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment for a new 5-year adequate public facilities validity period for 5 recorded but unbuilt lots on preliminary plan number 120020910. The applicant has met all noticing requirements. The sign has been posted. A pre-submittal meeting was held October 17, 2024. Notice of application was mailed, and staff has not received community correspondence. The subject property is located on Glen Road, about 625 feet northwest of Lantern Hollow Drive. It's under a mile from the Potomac Oak Shopping Center and the Greenbrier Local Park. It is zoned RE2 and is located within the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. This site is a 10.5-acre property consisting of 5 unbuilt lots. There's an existing single-family dwelling unit in the middle of the property, which is accessed to Glen Road from an existing driveway. All the lots, the property and the proposed lots will be served by water and sewer at Category 6. The applicant is proposing a new adequate public facilities validity period for a 5-year five single-family dwelling units on the 5 unrecorded parcels. The original preliminary plan application was approved in 2002 with a resolution being mailed July 18, 2002, which means that the APF validity period expired July 18, 2007. So this application will be, is requesting a brand new validity period. The existing single-family dwelling unit will be raised, and the lots will be accessed via a shared driveway coming from Glen Road. The subject property is located in the Rural East Policy Area, which is the Green Policy Area. The proposed development will generate less than 30 net vehicle trips, which means it is exempt from further transportation analysis. All the lots will be served by private wells and septic systems. Since the lots were recorded prior to 2010, it is exempt from a fire access and water supply review. No new construction from what was proposed means that it's exempt from stormwater management requirements or review, and no utilization premium is required. An MCDOT letter was given for this project. All previous findings of the approval remain in full force and effect, except for as modified by this amendment, which is the new validity period. And staff recommends approval of preliminary plan amendment number 120020918 for a new 5-year APF validity period for 5 unbuilt lots.
Thank you for your presentation. Do I have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I'm in favor of this project moving forward. Just a quick question. So on adjacent to lot to the, what direction, adjacent to lot 15, there's like a cul-de-sac. Just out of curiosity, which projects, what has to happen for a lot to get access from the cul-de-sac? Or is it just, would they have had to request, or it just couldn't happen, period?
Well, normally they would require an easement.
Right.
That would really be held between 2 private landowners to figure that out.
I see. Yeah.
Just to add to what Ugo is explaining, Moran Court is going to be a public cul-de-sac. So technically, this applicant, if this is shown correctly on this sketch, technically the applicant could request access.
Okay, great. I have no other questions or comments. So do I have them? Oh, I'm sorry. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Is it David?
David, yes, thank you. No presentation. Happy to be here, and we support the staff report, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So is there a motion to approve the preliminary plan amendment with conditions per the staff report?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the preliminary plan amendment with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you for presenting. And then before I end today, I'd just like to also congratulate our fellow board member, Mitra Pedawem, who was reappointed for a 4-year term to the planning board. So she isn't able to be here today. She's on vacation, but we just want to wish her well, and we're happy she'll be with us. Continue to be with us. Thank you. Have a great evening, and we will see you next week. Thank you.